4 minutes in the Market Mayhem, and JW Dollar still commands the throne with $5,467.65 in cumulative tournament profit at 9:34 a.m. ET, but that lead just survived a heart attack.
Gasping. Meanwhile, at 9:34 a.m. ET, Javier Medali stabilizes in second with $3,494.24 overall, a remarkably resilient equity curve despite intra-minute turbulence.
And 1 minute earlier at 9:33 a.m. ET, Massachusetts clipped him for negative $378.20. That is the cost of juggling too many knives.
Do not sleep on third place, Chidambara Raja, holding $3,400 in total tournament profit at 9:34 a.m. ET. The pressure on the top two is real.
Rahul Davis absorbs a sharp reversal at 9:33 a.m. ET, a big loss of $1,112, compressing momentum and leaving him at $1,971 overall for the tournament at 9:34 a.m. ET.
Groaning. TSLA keeps dragging and Sansaji through gravel, down $1,286.25 at 9:34 a.m. ET on that symbol alone. Volatility cuts both ways.
The leaderboard stratification is tightening. First at $5,467.65, second at $3,494.24, third at $3,400 as of 9:34 a.m. ET, statistically a compressing top tier with hours left in the session.
It is Chitta versus Anson, and at 9:38 a.m. ET, Chitta stands at $3,580, while Anson sits at negative $963.75. Rank 3 versus rank 18 in Market Mayhem.
Look at the swing. Chitta's trough was negative $900 before ripping to $3,580 by 9:38 a.m. ET, while Anson peaked at $1,060 and now bottoms at negative $963.75 at 9:38 a.m. ET.
Aggression meter at 9:38 a.m. ET. Chidda has traded 2,000 shares across 2 stocks, while Ansan shows 0 shares across 1 stock. That is Hunter versus Spectator.
Croning, TSLA just slammed Anson for negative $1,147.50 at 9:37 a.m. ET. That single symbol punch explains a lot of that red.
Gasping, and 1 minute earlier at 9:36 a.m. ET, TSLA was down negative $1,247.50 for Ansan. The volatility is absolutely feral.
At 9:38 a.m. ET, this is clean execution versus lingering exposure. Chidda banking $3,580, while Ansan defends negative $963.75.
At 9:33 a.m. ET, Ansan did flash a big win of plus $625, but by 9:38 a.m. ET, he is still negative $963.75 overall. Rallies mean nothing if you cannot hold them.
Rank 3 versus Rank 18 at 9:38 a.m. ET. This is altitude versus basement in the elevator division.
The trough for Ansan is confirmed at negative $963.75 at 9:38 a.m. ET, marking the lowest point of his current window.
One trader locking gains, one trader nursing losses at 9:38 a.m. ET, Chidda at $3,580 and Ansan at negative $963.75. That is the market's morality play.
Grassing from negative $900 at 3:42 p.m. ET on April 21st to $3,580 at 9:38 a.m. ET today. Chidda's comeback arc is pure elevator propulsion. "12 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JW Dollar still rules the elevator with $5,459.65 in cumulative tournament profit at 9:41 a.m. ET. The throne is holding.
Memem just printed another $968 burst for Javier Madali at 9:41 a.m. ET. That ticker is a caffeine drip straight into second place.
Groening just hammered Rahul Davis for negative $4,283.50 at 9:41 a.m. ET. That is not a pullback. That is a crater.
And that slam leaves Rahul Davis at negative $2,768.50 for the full tournament at 9:41 a.m. ET. The elevator just skipped the lobby and hit the basement.
At 9:41 a.m. ET, ANC Ansarji now stands at negative $503.50 for the tournament overall. Volatility is not a strategy.
Chidambara Raja remains third with $3,400 in cumulative tournament profit at 9:41 a.m. ET, a stable plateau after earlier turbulence.
Do not ignore fourth place, Lakhan Gursali, holding $1,627.55 overall at 9:41 a.m. ET, still within striking distance if chaos continues.
Meanwhile, Bull Beast is buried at negative $1,129 for the tournament with no fresh trades on the tape. Sometimes the best move is simply survival.
6 hours and 18 minutes left in the session, and JW Dollar still leads at 9:41 a.m. ET, but the hunters are loading up below. 16 minutes in the Market Mayhem, and at 9:46 a.m. ETJ dollar still rules the elevator division with $5,283.65 in cumulative tournament profit. The throne is intact.
At 9:45 a.m. ET, MMM detonates for plus $1,080 for Javier Madali. That ticker is sprinting like it stole something. And at 9:45 a.m. ET, Cisco stacks another plus $933.63 for Javier Madali. This is back-to-back green pressure on the leaderboard.
At 9:45 a.m. ET, MU slams Lakungasali for negative $829.50. That is the kind of red that stains the shirt.
The 9:45 a.m. ET print confirms a big loss of negative $674.10 for Lakungasali, a sharp intra-minute volatility spike.
TSLA strikes again at 9:45 a.m. ET, negative $630 for AN Sayan Saji. The volatility dragon is breathing fire.
Gasping, he tried to bounce with a plus $765.50. Big win at 9:43 a.m. ET. But CR keeps swinging back. This ticker is feral.
At 9:43 a.m. ET, Bull Beast registers a big win of plus $867, a statistically meaningful rebound from deep drawdown.
And do not blink. At 9:46 a.m. ET, Chidamba Raja is holding $3,400 in total tournament profit. Third place is locked in, but hunting.
NSA and Saji now at negative $157.25 overall at 9:46 a.m. ET. That TSLA roller coaster has no seat belts.
The compression is evident. First at $5,283.65, second at $3,835.01, third at $3,400 as of 9:46 a.m. ET. A tightening distribution with more than 6 hours remaining.
$20 minutes in the Market Mayhem, and JAW Dollar still sits on the throne with $5,509.65 in total tournament profit. At 9:50 a.m. ET, the king refuses to blink.
The MMM sequence is statistically impressive, culminating at 9:50 a.m. ET with a $1,090 surge, lifting Javier Madali to $3,837.21 in cumulative tournament profit.
That swing leaves Rahul Davis buried at negative $3,503 in total tournament profit. At 9:50 a.m. ET, the elevator just dropped to the basement.
Add it up and Ansan Saji is now sitting at negative $438.50 for the tournament at 9:50 a.m. ET. TSLA tuition is expensive.
Quietly holding third, Chidambara Raja remains at $3,400 in cumulative tournament profit as of 9:50 a.m. ET, a model of realized discipline amid surrounding volatility.
Second place is heating up, Jayaveer Madali at $3,837.21 overall at 9:50 a.m. ET, is closing the gap on JW Dollar. The hunt is on.
Down near the floor, Bull Beast is at negative $1,152.50 for the tournament at 9:50 a.m. ET. Small cuts add up in this division.
The mathematical spread between first and second is now under $2,000 as of 9:50 a.m. ET, which statistically keeps JAW Dollar within reach if momentum persists.
6 hours and 10 minutes left in this session, and the elevator is still accelerating. Leaders defending, challengers surging, and the basement shaking. "24 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JAW Dollar still holds the throne with $5,509.65 in cumulative tournament profit at 9:53 a.m. ET. The crown is steady, but the ground is shaking.
Gasping, the data confirms a big loss of $1,058.50 at 9:53 a.m. ET for Rahul Davis, accelerating a downward spiral that now places him at negative $5,748.50 overall in the tournament at 9:53 a.m. ET.
But the battle for second is alive. Jayaveer Madali, standing at $3,695.06 in total tournament profit at 9:53 a.m. ET, still within striking distance of the summit.
Quietly, methodically, Chidambara Raja remains third with $3,400 in cumulative tournament profit at 9:53 a.m. ET, a remarkably stable equity curve amid widespread volatility.
Mid-table tension, Lehangusali holding $631.10 overall at 9:53 a.m. ET, despite being red on the day. That is resilience in the elevator division.
For NSN Saji, the cumulative figure now rests at negative $199.05 for the tournament at 9:53 a.m. ET, a partial recovery arc but still statistically fragile.
6 trades and counting for JW Dollar, and the leaderboard still bows at 9:53 a.m. ET. But with 6 hours left, anything can ignite. "28 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JAW Dollar still sits on the throne with $5,409.65 in cumulative tournament profit at 9:58 a.m. ET. The crown is steady, but the footsteps are getting louder.
The data confirms it. As of 9:58 a.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali holds $3,766.48 in cumulative tournament profit, statistically narrowing the gap to first place.
And do not blink on third place, Chidambara Raja, holding $3,400 overall at 9:58 a.m. ET, still stalking that top 2 like a coiled spring.
Despite those intra-minute TSLA gains, Bull Beast remains at negative $611.50 overall in the tournament at 9:58 a.m. ET, a classic case of local momentum versus global deficit.
And that leaves Rahul Davis at negative $7,401 overall in the tournament at 9:58 a.m. ET. The comeback mountain just got steeper.
Nevertheless, NSAN Saji has stabilized to $249.80 in cumulative tournament profit at 9:58 a.m. ET, an impressive statistical recovery from earlier distress.
Second place is alive and hunting at 9:58 a.m. ET. Jayaveer Madali surging, while the leader feels that pressure from below.
With $5,409.65 for Jayaveer Dollar and $3,766.48 for Jayaveer Madali at 9:58 a.m. ET, the differential is compressing but still material, roughly a $1,600 buffer.
1 minute earlier at 9:57 a.m. ET, Sixco printed $1,006.50 for Jayaveer Madali. That is how you stack singles into a leaderboard climb.
Rahul Davis just ripped a plus $2,844 big win at 10 a.m. ET. That is a lifeline thrown from the depths.
But car is absolute chaos. At 9:59 a.m. ET, it was negative $11,634.50, and by 10 a.m. ET, it snapped to negative $8,790.50. For Rahul Davis, that is volatility whiplash.
Even after that bounce, Rahul Davis is sitting at negative $7,275.50 for the tournament as of 10 a.m. ET. That hole does not fill easily.
And do not forget, third place, Chidambara Raja, holding $3,400 overall as of 10 a.m. ET, quietly stalking the leaders.
TSLA actually paid Bullbeast $332 at 9:59 a.m. ET. Nice intraday pop even if the tournament total is still negative $852.75 at 10 a.m. ET.
This is a two-ticker tag team, Cisco and MMM, both dropping $1,000 haymakers before 10 a.m. ET for Javier Medali. Second place is heating up.
With 6 hours remaining in the session, JAW dollar at $5,181.65, Javier Medali at $3,803.96, and Chidambara Raja at $3,400 as of 10 a.m. ET. The top three form a tightly packed probability cluster.
$10:04 a.m. ET and JAW dollar still sits on the throne with $5,049.75 in cumulative tournament profit as of 10:03 a.m. ET, but that crown is wobbling.
At 10:03 a.m. ET, Javier Medali holds $3,903.81 in cumulative tournament profit, a statistically meaningful narrowing of the gap to first.
And do not blink, Chidambara Raja is parked at $3,400 overall as of 10:03 a.m. ET, third place and stalking both of them.
Hyensan Saji just round-tripped TSLA for negative $303.75 at 10:03 a.m. ET. That is a fast way to give momentum back.
But then AM Zen fires back with plus $423.15 at 10:03 a.m. ET for AN San Sazil. That is pure whiplash trading.
Net effect places NSAon Saji at $500.90 cumulative as of 10:03 a.m. ET. A fragile recovery but mathematically alive.
TSLA heating up for Bull Beast with another plus $333.25 at 10:02 a.m. ET. The beast is clawing back.
Screaming zero as absolute chaos, negative $7,786 at 10:03 a.m. ET for Rahul Davis. That ticker is a trapdoor.
Gasping, a big loss of $529 struck at 10:03 a.m. ET for Rahul Davis, extending a deeply negative trajectory.
That leaves Rahul Davis at negative $6,271 overall as of 10:03 a.m. ET. The comeback story needs a miracle.
"34 minutes into Market Mayhem, and the top three remain separated by less than $1,500, with nearly 6 hours left in the session.
"38 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JW Dollar still sits on the throne with $5,306.35 in cumulative tournament profit at 10:08 a.m. ET, but the crown is wobbling.
Screaming, Abzan just will not sit still at 10:07 a.m. ET. Azan Saji rips plus $339.30 on that ticker and claws back breathing room.
And seconds later at 10:07 a.m. ET, TSLA hands an essay, and Saji a negative $440 reminder that volatility charges interest.
Do not blink on third place, Chidambara Raja, holding $3,400 in cumulative tournament profit at 10:08 a.m. ET, still stalking the top two.
The compounding effect is severe. Rahul Davis now sits at negative $6,913 in cumulative tournament performance at 10:08 a.m. ET, statistically the widest drawdown on the board.
NSN Saji has fought back to $791.05 in cumulative tournament profit at 10:08 a.m. ET. That is resilience after the morning chaos.
Lakangorsali remains quietly in fifth with $631.10 in cumulative tournament profit at 10:08 a.m. ET, positioned to capitalize on any further instability above.
10:12 a.m. ET and JAW Dollar still sits on the throne with $5,366.75 in total tournament profit as of 10:11 a.m. ET. The crown is steady, but the gap is not untouchable.
AM Zen is on a trampoline at 10:09 a.m. ET plus $526.50 for AM Zen Saji in one burst. That is a full vertical launch.
And by 10:11 a.m. ET, that AMSN follow-through adds another $448.50 for AN Sansaji. Amazing what happens when you stop fighting the tape.
Do not blink on third place. Chidambara Raja holding $3,400 in overall tournament profit as of 10:11 a.m. ET. That podium pressure is real.
Groaning. Cute pop on TSLA at 10:08 a.m. ET2, $513.25. But remember, Bull Beast is still negative $239.25 for the tournament as of 10:11 a.m. ET. That hole is not filled yet.
And SAN Saji has clawed back to $694.35 overall as of 10:11 a.m. ET, from early pain to mid-table redemption.
And by 10:11 a.m. ET, the car damage shows negative $8,576 on the symbol for Rahul Davis. Sometimes the elevator only goes down.
The cumulative consequence is severe. Rahul Davis stands at negative $7,061 for the tournament as of 10:11 a.m. ET, statistically the widest drawdown on the board.
Do not forget the mid-pack fight, Nimish K. Singh at $382.40 overall as of 10:11 a.m. ET. Every small green matters in a $1,750 prize pool. At 10:15 a.m. ET, the throne shakes. JW Dollar takes a brutal big loss of negative $571.70 and flips car from green to red. That is a momentum gut punch.
Screamin' is an earthquake at 10:13 a.m. ET. Negative $10,179. Slams Rahul Davis and the elevator just dropped 10 floors.
Meanwhile, at 10:15 a.m. ET, TSLA explodes for plus $480.75 for Bull Beast. That ticker is breathing fire.
TSLA stacks again at 10:14 a.m. ET with another plus $305.75 for Bull Beast. That is how you claw back dignity.
AMZN just flipped the script at 10:14 AMET plus $565.50 for AN Sanzegyud, and that chart went from basement to balcony.
The progression is orderly. At 10:12 a.m. ET plus $530.40 on AME Zen, at 10:13 a.m. ET plus $616.20, sustained upside acceleration for AN Sain Saji.
Back to back at 10:13 a.m. ET. already tagged plus $1,189 for Javier Madali. That is disciplined repetition, not luck.
Despite the turbulence, as of 10:15 a.m. ET, JO dollar still anchors first place with $5,121.30 in cumulative tournament profit, the gap narrowing but intact.
It is Rahul underscore versus Lakan Gusali versus Harsh underscore 2004, and at 10:20 a.m. ET, the leader by rank is Lakan Gusali at rank 6, staring down rank 10, Harsh underscore 2004, and rank 20 Rahul underscore in this elevator showdown.
At 10:20 a.m. ET, Rahul underscore is drowning at negative 10157, while Harsh underscore 2004 is only negative 287.22. That is the difference between a paper cut and a chainsaw.
At 10:19 a.m. ET, Rahul underscore gets crushed on CR with negative $10679 on the symbol, that single ticker detonating his position.
Look at the structure at 10:20 a.m. ET. Lakan Gosali fully realized at negative 829.5, while Harsh underscore 2004 splits at negative 250.26 realized and negative 36.96 unrealized. Two very different risk postures.
Remember, at 10:20 a.m. ET, Lakan Gosali still holds rank 6 despite negative 829.5 on the window. That cushion in the standings is everything.
Groaning, the trough is brutal. At 10:20 a.m. ET, Rahul _ Prince -10157, which is also his lowest point of the window, no bounce, just gravity.
Compare the peaks. Rahul _ once touched 1568 earlier in the window, while Lakangur Sali topped at 957.63, and now at 10:20 a.m. ET, both are red. That is a full sentiment flip.
Rank 20 Rahul _ versus rank 10 Harsh _ 2004 at 10:20 a.m. ET. That is a 10-spot gap and nearly a $10,000 gap in window performance.
All three are labeled red and slipping at 10:20 a.m. ET. Low activity across the board, but the magnitude of pain is wildly different.
At 10:20 a.m. ET, Harsh _ 2004 is down just 282.52 over the window. That is a scrape compared to the avalanche hitting others.
Leader versus basement at 10:20 a.m. ET. Lakangur Sali at -829.5 against Rahul _ at -10157. This is survival versus freefall.
At 10:20 a.m. ET, Lakangur Sali is fully realized at -829.5 with zero unrealized risk. The books are closed and the damage is locked in.
50 minutes into the session at 10:20 a.m. ET, and Rahul _ Lakangur Sali and Harsh _ 2004 are all red, but only one can climb out before the elevator door slams shut.
Rank 3 versus rank 20. Chitta at $3,580 and Rahul _ at -$10,806 as of 10:24 a.m. ET. This is penthouse versus basement in Market Mayhem.
Groaning. Look at the swing. Chitta clawed up from a trough of -$900 to $3,580 by 10:24 a.m. ET, while Rahul _ slid from a $1,568 peak down to -$10,806.
Aggression meter at 10:24 a.m. ET. Chitta has pushed 2,000 shares across two stocks. Rahul _ just 500 shares in a single name. That is expansion versus isolation.
Ah, 10:23 a.m. ET. Rahul _ absorbed a big loss of -$794.50, the kind of punch that keeps you stuck near that -$10,806 mark by 10:24 a.m. ET.
At 10:24 a.m. ET, the spread is over $14,300 between Chitta's $3,580 and Rahul's -$10,806. That is not a gap. That is a canyon.
Both low activity, sure, but at 10:24 a.m. ET, one trader's low gear prints $3,580 and the other's prints -$10,806. That is efficiency versus erosion.
By 10:24 a.m. ET, Chitta has turned that -$900 trough into a $3,580 fortress. This is how you defend third place in the elevator division.
At 10:24 a.m. ET, it is simple math. $3,580 realized and done for Chitta versus $491 realized and a mountain of red for Rahul _ discipline versus drift.
"54 minutes into the session and 5 hours 36 minutes left. This head-to-head could still flip, but right now the numbers at 10:24 a.m. ET scream dominance. 58 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JW Dollar is still on the throne with $6,396.65 in cumulative tournament profit at 10:27 a.m. ET. The crown is glowing.
AMD is on rocket fuel at 10:27 a.m. ET. That ticker just blasted Nimish K. Singh up $835.90 on the symbol, and he is sitting on $1,017.90 for the day.
TSLA ignites at 10:27 a.m. ET, a $480.75 surge on the symbol for Bull Beast, and the day total rips to $924.75. That is volatility worship.
Gasping AMZen flips the script at 10:26 a.m. ET plus $469.95 on the ticker for AMZen Saji, and that is a hard snapback from earlier pain.
Thine. That AMZen bounce at 10:26 a.m. ET drags ANSane Saji up to $732.15 for the tournament, but it is still a long climb from the basement fights earlier this morning.
MM detonates at 10:25 a.m. ET, a $1,261 blast on the symbol for Javier Madali, and that is how you defend second place.
Screamel is absolute chaos at 10:27 a.m. ET. It is showing negative $10,819 on the symbol for Rahul Davis. That is a drawdown you feel in your bones.
Even with that quick $529.50 bounce at 10:27 a.m. ET, Rahul Davis is buried at negative $9,304 for the tournament. This is damage control, not victory.
Fourth place is heating up. Nimish K. Singh at $1,928.60 overall at 10:27 a.m. ET, and hunting the podium with 5.5 hours left.
TSLA, AMD, KR all swinging like wrecking balls in the same 5-minute window. The elevator division is not riding floors, it is free falling.
One hour into Market Mayhem, and at 10:32 a.m. ET, Jadar Wadala still commands first place with $6,396.65 in cumulative tournament profit. The throne is reinforced steel.
Mimim just keeps printing. At 10:31 a.m. ET, it blasted another $1,350 for Javier Madali. That ticker is vibrating off the screen.
Third place is Chidambara Raja at $3,400 overall at 10:32 a.m. ET, quiet, controlled, and letting the chaos burn around him.
AMD ignited at 10:28 a.m. ET with a $1,048.40 surge for Nimish K. Singh. That thrust keeps him charging in fourth.
Gasping, AMZen flipped the script at 10:31 a.m. ET, a $495.30 pop for AMZen Saji, and suddenly the comeback arc has oxygen.
Groniksar is a demolition site. At 10:31 a.m. ET, it slammed Rahul Davis for negative $11,128.50 on the symbol. That is not volatility, that is trauma.
TSLA is alive at 10:31 a.m. ET with a $727 burst for Bull Beast. That is pure electric momentum.
15 trades deep and JW Dollar is still pacing the entire elevator. The consistency is terrifying.
Down the table, Sunlil. Cydia sits at negative $985.80 overall at 10:32 a.m. ET. 5 trades and still digging. That is a stubborn tape fight.
Notably, ANSAN Saji has climbed to $876.15 in cumulative profit at 10:32 a.m. ET, a marked recovery from earlier session stress.
Screamill again at 10:29 a.m. ET, negative $11,879 on the symbol for Rahul Davis. That chart looks like it fell down an elevator shaft.
With $6,396.65 at 10:32 a.m. ET, JAW Dollar maintains a multi-thousand-dollar cushion over second place, a structurally dominant position as we approach midday liquidity.
One hour and 6 minutes into Market Mayhem, and at 10:35 a.m. ET, J Dollar is still on the throne with $6,396.65 in cumulative tournament profit. The elevator division crown is glowing.
Cisco just detonated for plus $1,075.25 at 10:35 a.m. ET for Javier Madali. That is a second place speed boost.
Groaning. AMZN flips the script for Ansan Saji, swinging plus $372.45 at 10:35 a.m. ET, and dragging that position from red to green. Finally, some discipline.
Do not forget third place, Chidambara Raja, holding $3,400 in total tournament profit at 10:35 a.m. ET, steady altitude and watching the chaos below.
Saya still a horror story, printing negative $9,059 at 10:35 a.m. ET for Rahul Davis. That single ticker is dragging him to rank 20.
There was a brief counter-trend, a plus $520 big win at 10:35 a.m. ET for Rahul Davis, yet the cumulative tournament figure remains deeply negative, volatility without recovery.
Fourth place belongs to Nimish K. Singh with $2,033.10 in cumulative profit at 10:35 a.m. ET, 19 trades deep, and still climbing the shaft.
Groaning down near the basement, Sunil Sulia sits at negative $989.40 for the tournament at 10:35 a.m. ET. Tiny daily gains are not fixing structural damage.
With 5 hours and 24 minutes left in the session, the distribution from $6,396.65 at the top to negative $7,544 at the bottom at 10:35 a.m. ET suggests a widening variance regime in this elevator field.
One hour and 10 minutes into Market Mayhem, and at 10:39 a.m. ET, J Dollar is still king with $6,396.65 in cumulative tournament profit. The throne is glowing red hot.
At 10:38 a.m. ET, MMA explodes again for plus $1,299 for Javier Medley. That ticker is just printing ladder straight up. And at 10:38 a.m. ET, Cisco stacks another plus $1,124.75 for Javier Medley. This is double ticker pressure on the leaderboard.
Groaning. At 10:39 a.m. ET, car tags Rahul Davis for negative $8,479 on the day. That ticker has been a wood chipper all morning.
Redemption arc alert at 10:39 a.m. ET. AMZ and Rips plus $343.20 for AM Sane Seiji, flipping the day green to $80.70. That is a comeback spark.
Gas PQQ just clipped Nimish K. Singh for negative $380 at 10:38 a.m. ET. That is volatility snapping back hard.
Sighing out to 10:39 a.m. ET, and Rahul Davis is sitting at negative $6,964 for the full tournament. That is a mountain to climb with 5 hours left.
The hunt is real at 10:39 a.m. ET. Javier Medley surging to $4,218.89 overall and staring down that $1,000 first place prize.
From red to green in minutes, NSN Saji flipping AM Zain and clawing back momentum at 10:39 a.m. ET. That is emotional whiplash trading.
And at 10:39 a.m. ET, Bullbeast is still negative $233 for the tournament. Positive day or not, the hole is still there.
5 hours and 20 minutes left, and at 10:39 a.m. ET, J Dollar holds the summit at $6,396.65, but the elevator cables are shaking beneath him. 1 hour and 14 minutes into Market Mayhem, and at 10:43 a.m. ET, J Dollar still commands first place with $6,396.65 in cumulative tournament profit. The throne is fortified.
The 10:43 a.m. ET print places Javier Medali at $4,113.88 in total tournament profit, still second overall but mathematically compressing the gap to first.
Gasping at 10:43 a.m. ET SQQ clips Nimish Singh for negative $345. That is a sharp red snap right in the middle of the ladder.
Despite that 10:43 a.m. ET SQQ drawdown, Nimish Singh maintains $1,446.60 in cumulative tournament profit, statistically stable in fourth position.
At 10:42 a.m. ET, AMZ fires back with plus $345.15 for ANSAG. That is a momentum flip from the depths.
At 10:43 a.m. ET card detonates again for negative $10,007 for Rahul Davis. That ticker is pure devastation.
Groaning. The 10:43 a.m. ET update confirms a big loss of negative $1,273 for Rahul Davis, and his tournament total now sits at negative $8,492, dead last and digging.
Notably, Javier Medali has achieved $1,982.67 on the day as of 10:43 a.m. ET, a high-velocity session layered on top of an already strong tournament base.
But GLW dollar at 10:43 a.m. ET is still chilling at $6,396.65 overall. That is a serious buffer with 5 hours left.
At 10:43 a.m. ET, Harsh Tambat registers negative $219.38 in cumulative tournament profit, a mid-pack slide that could still reverse with disciplined risk.
Third place Chidambara Raja at $3,400 overall as of 10:43 a.m. ET cannot be ignored. One breakout trade and this podium reshuffles.
At 10:47 a.m. ET card just slammed Rahul Davis for negative $1,735 on a big loss. That ticker is absolutely feral today.
Groaning. The 10:47 a.m. ET print confirms car sitting at negative $12,764 for Rahul Davis on the day, and that is the kind of volatility that ruins lunch.
But the throne is untouched. At 10:47 a.m. ET, Jadar Dollar stands tall with $6,396.65 in cumulative tournament profit. The crown is glowing under pressure.
Gasping rewind to 10:46 a.m. ET and Cisco punched in plus $1,060.13 for Javier Medali. That ticker keeps bouncing like it drank 3 energy drinks.
Meanwhile, at 10:47 a.m. ET, TSLA finishes negative $511.25 for AN Sansagi. That is a clean round trip from green to regret.
And do not sleep on third. At 10:47 a.m. ET, Chidambara Raja holds $3,395 overall, one decisive strike away from shaking the podium.
And look at this chaos. At 10:47 a.m. ET, Bull Beast is up $896 on the day, but still negative $233 overall for the tournament. That is whiplash trading.
Groaning down the table at 10:47 a.m. ET, Sunil Sulia sits at negative $989.40 overall, grinding but still staring at a deep red ledger.
Second place is still breathing fire. At 10:47 a.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali at $4,098.16 overall is hunting that $1,000 first prize. Welcome to Market Mayhem Traders Compare. 1 hour and 22 minutes into the session, and the ranked 13 versus 14 duel is heating up.
Prof Power 07 versus Shebin, and it is razor thin in the rankings, 13 against 14, but the profit gap is a canyon right now.
That's of 3:59 p.m. ET on April 21st. Prof Power 07 stands at negative $64, while at 10:52 a.m. ET today, Shebin holds positive $6, a statistically meaningful divergence.
Prof Power 07 locked in at negative $64 at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 21st, fully realized, no cushion from unrealized gains.
Momentum analysis shows Prof Power 07 down $63.95 over the window ending 3:59 p.m. ET, whereas Shebin is up $6.43 into 10:52 a.m. ET, opposite directional vectors.
Aggression check. Prof Power 07 fired 800 shares through a single stock. Shebin just 200 shares on one name. Same focus, different throttle.
Notably, Prof Power 07 shows zero unrealized exposure at 3:59 p.m. ET alongside that negative 64 total, indicating all risk has been crystallized.
Leader of this matchup is Prof Power 07 by rank at 13, but the scoreboard at 10:52 a.m. ET screams Shebin with +6 over -64.
From trough to current, Shebin's recovery from -157.32 to +6 by 10:52 a.m. ET is quantitatively more volatile than Prof Power 07's slide to -64 by 3:59 p.m. ET.
5 hours and 8 minutes left in this trading day, and this mid-table duel could flip with a single decisive strike.
Profpa 07 needs a comeback after that 3:59 p.m. ET red stamp. Shebin just needs to press the green at 10:52 a.m. ET and steal rank 13.
The empirical question is simple. Can Prof Power 07 reverse a -$63.95 slide from the window ending 3:59 p.m. ET? Or does Shebin extend the +$6.43 drift into the afternoon session?
At 10:55 a.m. ET, TQQ detonates for +$1,685 on the day for Chidambara Raja, and that is pure rocket fuel under third place.
As of 10:55 a.m. ET, he stands at $3,255 in cumulative tournament profit, still third, but statistically compressing the gap to second.
Do not forget, second, at 10:55 a.m. ET, Jayavir Madali holds $3,963.49 overall. That $500 prize is still in sight.
Groaning. The 10:55 a.m. ET update puts his cumulative tournament loss at -$9,914.50, and that is a crater at rank 20.
Notably, within minutes he logged sequential KR swings at 10:49, 10:50, 10:51, 10:52, 10:54, and 10:55 a.m. ET, volatility clustering in its purest form.
And TSLA just betrayed an Ansan Saji at 10:53 a.m. ET with -$473.75 on the day. That is a sharp snap against momentum.
At 10:55 a.m. ET, Bullbeast is up $896 on the day, but still -$233 overall. That is the definition of digging out of a self-made hole.
As of 10:55 a.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh maintains $1,451.10 in cumulative tournament profit, fourth place and remarkably stable amid the turbulence.
5 hours left in Market Mayhem, and at 10:55 a.m. ET, JWO Dollar still commands $6,396.65. The $1,000 first prize is glowing.
Top three are green and swinging. Bottom of the table is bleeding, and with just over 5 hours left, this leaderboard is nowhere near settled.
At 10:59 a.m. ET, TQQ just blasted another plus $15 for Chidambara Raja. That ticker is in full turbo mode.
The profit sees green candles at 10:59 a.m. ET. Chidambara Raja stacking leverage on TQQ and threatening the entire podium.
As of 11 a.m. ET, JO dollar maintains $6,396.65 in cumulative tournament profit, statistically still first place, with a meaningful buffer.
Gasping at 10:59 a.m. ET, car slams Rahul Davis for negative $11,390 on the print. That is a volatility avalanche.
And at 11 a.m. ET, Rahul Davis is buried at negative $9,291 for the tournament, dead last with 5 hours to survive.
Redemption arc at 10:58 a.m. ET AMZN flips plus $306.15 for AN San Saji. That is how you fight back from the brink.
At 10:57 a.m. ET, SQQ clips Nimish K. Singh for negative $355. That hedge just bid back hard.
Even so, at 11 a.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh remains at $1,558.6 overall, statistically firm in fourth place.
Third place is on fire at 11 a.m. ET. Chidambara now at $3,295 overall and hunting that $250 podium prize.
Skra has printed loss after loss from 10:54 to 10:59 a.m. ET for Rahul Davis. This ticker is pure whiplash carnage.
At 11 a.m. ET, Sunil Sulia records negative $1,003.9 cumulative, a deep red position requiring disciplined variance control.
1 hour and 30 minutes in, and at 11 a.m. ET, J. Dawadala still commands $6,396.65 overall. The throne is glowing, but the challenges are circling.
At 11:02 a.m. ET, TQQ just blasted plus $1,635 for Chidambara Raja. That is a leverage cannon straight into third place pressure.
And as of 11:03 a.m. ET, Chidambara Raja stands at $3,215 overall in the tournament. The Bronze Throne is heating up.
At 11:03 a.m. ET, prints plus $1,270 for Jayavir Madali. That is how you defend second without even blinking.
The 11:03 a.m. ET ledger shows Jayavir Madali at $3,967.94 in cumulative tournament profit, statistically secure in second, yet still materially behind first.
Whiplash at 11:03 a.m. ET, TSLA nukes AN Saji for negative $517.50. That ticker just flipped the mood in seconds.
After that 11:03 a.m. ET hit, AN Saji is down to negative $195.75 on the day. Volatility cuts both ways.
Nevertheless, as of 11:03 a.m. ET, AN San Saji retains $185.75 in cumulative tournament profit, a slim but positive statistical foothold.
Groaning. The 11:02 a.m. ET tape even flags a big loss of negative $517.50 for Nimish K. Singh. That kind of chop chews up confidence.
Absolute carnage at 11:03 a.m. ET KR slams Rahul Davis for negative $11,129. That is earthquake volatility.
Meanwhile, at 11:03 a.m. ET, Bull Beast is up $896 on the day, but still negative $233 overall. That is pure intraday chaos.
At 11:03 a.m. ET, Sunil Sulia sits at negative $979.90 overall. Small green prints today, but a long road back.
AMD just flipped the script at 11:07 a.m. ET. Nimish K. Singh rockets to plus $585.40 on the day, and that is a full momentum reversal.
That AMD surge at 11:07 a.m. ET stacks another $1,345.40 in realized pressure. Nimish K. Singh is clawing for that podium.
As of 11:07 a.m. ET, JAW dollar holds $6,059.65 in cumulative tournament profit, statistically first place with a meaningful but not insurmountable buffer.
Gasping explodes again at 11:07 a.m. ET, plus $1,369 on that ticker, and Javier Medali is not backing down.
Do not ignore third place. At 11:06 a.m. ETTQQ blasted plus $1,635, and Chidambara Raja is now at $3,205
Groaning
overall.
car prints again at
Stalking the
11:07
leaders.
a.m. ET. Negative $12142 on that position, and Rahul Davis is
Quantitatively,
staring at a
at
brutal
11:07
drawdown.
a.m. ET, Rahul Davis stands at negative $10627 in cumulative tournament performance, an extreme
Screaming
outlier
TSLA
on the
turns traitor
downside.
at 11:07 a.m. ET, negative $618.75, and AN
That
Sansaji gets shoved back into
11:07
the red.
a.m. ET TSLA slide leaves the Ensei Saji at negative $48.10 overall. This is a fight for survival, not
At
comfort.
11:07 a.m. ET, Sunil Sulia is parked at negative $1,116.90
As of
for the tournament.
11:07 a.m.
Slow
ET,
bleed territory.
Bullbeast shows negative $233 in cumulative performance despite intraday strength, a divergence between daily and tournament metrics.
At 11:11 a.m. ET, AMD just flipped Nimish K. Singh from negative to positive $974.90 on the day, a $1,489 rocket in seconds.
That surge locks Nimish K. Singh at $1,885.60 overall as of 11:11 a.m. ET. Fourth place is alive and hunting the podium.
Meanwhile, at 11:11 a.m. ET, car prints negative $12317 for Rahul Davis on the day, and that kind of volatility buries accounts.
Car is not done at 11:11 a.m. ET. JW dollar locks in $895.25 on the day and keeps the pressure blazing.
And as of 11:11 a.m. ET, JW dollar stands at $6,316.90 overall. The $1,000 first prize still glowing in his hands.
At 11:11 a.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali sits at $4,029.69 overall, still second place, but that gap to first is stubborn.
Gasping SLA just whipped an SA in Saji at 11:09 a.m. ET for negative $350. That candle snapped hard.
Do not ignore the comeback energy. At 11:11 a.m. ET, Bull Beast is up $896 on the day. Even if the tournament total sits at negative 233, that is fighting spirit.
At 11:11 a.m. ET, Sunil Sulia is sitting at negative $1,282.90 overall, 10 trades deep and still underwater.
With 4 hours and 48 minutes remaining in Market Mayhem, the probability model still favors JAW dollar at $6,316.90 as of 11:11 a.m. ET, yet the mid-table volatility suggests Dungoa upset risk.
At 11:15 a.m. ET, car just nuked JW dollar for negative $1,747.58 on the big loss alert. That is a leaderboard earthquake.
Groaning, that 11:15 a.m. ET car print flips J dollar from green to deep red on the day, and suddenly second place overall at $3,564.92 does not feel so safe.
Because at 11:16 a.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali is sitting on $4,004.73 in cumulative tournament profit, first place reclaimed, and the $1,000 prize glowing.
Wait at 11:15 a.m. ET, Rahul Davis fires a plus $1,294.50 big win, clawing back from the abyss even though car is still absolute chaos.
Even after that 11:15 a.m. ET bounce, Rahul Davis is still sitting at negative $8,763.50 for the tournament, dead last and miles from daylight.
Do not ignore fourth. At 11:16 a.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh holds $1,785.6 overall, and that earlier AMD burst still echoes through the mid-table.
Gasping, rewind to 11:12 a.m. ET. blasted plus $1,358 for Jayaveer Medali, and that was the uppercut that set up this first place takeover.
At 11:16 a.m. ET, Sunil Sulia remains at negative $1,296.9 for the tournament. Steady grind, but still buried in the lower tier.
And Bull Beast up $896 on the day at 11:16 a.m. ET, but still negative $233 overall. That is pure comeback energy, waiting to ignite.
Screaming Diversion dons a nuclear at 11:19 a.m. ET. JAW dollar slammed from plus territory to negative $1,951.90 on the day. That is a $24.31 face plant in seconds.
And smell the blood in the water at 11:18 a.m. ET. TQQ Rockets plus $1,785 for Chidambara Raja, blasting him to $3,375 overall and right into podium striking distance.
Cancho is not done at 11:19 a.m. ET. Rahul Davis sinks to negative $1,020.08 on the day. That ticker is a gravity well.
As of 11:19 a.m. ET, Rahul Davis sits at negative $8,693 for the full tournament, dead last and running out of daylight.
Through the carnage at 11:19 a.m. ET, Jayaveer Medali commands the summit with $4,032.59 overall, the $1,000 first prize glowing above him.
Gaspin TSLA just clipped Insansaji at 11:18 a.m. ET for negative $403.75. That bounce turned into a trapdoor.
After that 11:19 a.m. ET update, Insansaji is parked at $317.45 for the tournament, barely holding on to positive ground.
Do not ignore the grinder. At 11:19 a.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh holds $1,785.60 overall, quietly stalking that $250 third prize. Welcome back to Market Mayhem Traders Compare. 1 hour and 54 minutes into the session, and the Chidda versus Rahul _ duel is center stage.
As of 11:24 a.m. ET, Chidda stands at $3,645 total P&L, while Rahul _ sits at negative $10129, a stark divergence in rank 2 versus rank 20.
At 11:23 a.m. ET, TQQ detonates for plus $1,895 and launches Tudor to $3,645 total. That is a vertical breakout.
Risk posture tells a compelling story at 11:24 a.m. ET. Chidda shows $3,580 realized and just 65 unrealized, whereas Rahul _ holds 491 realized against negative 10620 unrealized.
Groaning. Swing comparison at 11:24 a.m. ET. Chidda clawed up from a trough of negative 900 to a peak of 3,645, while Rahul _ fell from a 1568 peak to a trough of negative 10129.
Even with that 11:23 a.m. ET bounce for Rahul _ the 11:24 a.m. ET totals remain $3,645 for Chidda and negative $10129 for Rahul _ The statistical gap is persistent.
At 11:24 a.m. ET, Rahul _ is ranked 20th with negative $10129 total, and time is not a friendly variable.
At 11:23 a.m. ET, car shows negative $10,070.50 for Rahul _. That ticker is absolute turbulence.
Compare capital efficiency at 11:24 a.m. ET. 3,000 shares traded for $3,645 by Chidda versus 500 shares for negative $10129 by Rahul _. Scale and outcome diverge sharply.
TOU. Clean profile matters. At 11:24 a.m. ET, Chidda shows $3,580 realized out of $3,645 total. That is disciplined execution.
Contrast that with 11:24 a.m. ET data. Rahul _ shows $491 realized but negative $10620 unrealized, an imbalance that implies open risk exposure.
Bottom line at 11:24 a.m. ET, $3,645 and rank 2 for Chidda versus negative $10129 and rank 20 for Rahul _. This compare is brutally one-sided.
At 11:27 a.m. ET, MMM detonates for plus $1,511 for Jayaveer Madali, launching him to $4,205.14 overall and tightening his grip on first place.
At 11:27 a.m. ET, car slams JA dollar for negative $2,300.95 on the day. And that kind of volatility is how you torch momentum.
Nevertheless, as of 11:27 a.m. ET, JO dollar retains $3,600.7 in cumulative tournament profit, statistically still second place, but with a narrowing buffer.
The 11:27 a.m. ET print leaves Rahul Davis at negative $8,790 overall in the tournament, and that is a canyon with 4.5 hours left.
At 11:27 a.m. ET, TSLA whips a Nesson Saji for negative $700 and $67.5, a savage reversal after that earlier bounce.
QQQ has been a rocket all minute, and at 11:27 a.m. ET, that $1875 surge locks Chidambara Raja into third with serious hunting energy.
Quietly in fourth. As of 11:27 a.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh holds $1,785.6 overall, steady while others are setting their hair on fire.
The throne is reclaimed at 11:27 a.m. ET. Jayavir Madale at $4,205.14 overall is eyeing that $1,000 first prize in Market Mayhem. At 11:31 a.m. ET, SQQ detonates for plus $1,805 for Chidambara Raja, and that surge rockets him to $3,510 overall in the tournament. Third place is on fire.
Droning. The 11:31 a.m. ET update confirms a big loss of negative $691 stacked onto that car position for Rahul Davis, and his cumulative tournament deficit now sits at negative $10255, dead last and drifting.
At 11:31 a.m. ET, MMM Blast plus $1,429 for Jayavir Madali, and he is holding $4,068.48 overall. Second place is breathing down the leader's neck.
Even after that 11:31 a.m. ET drawdown, Nimish K. Singh retains $1,827.1 in cumulative tournament profit, still fourth, but with volatility expanding.
The throne is contested but not conquered. At 11:31 a.m. ET, Jadar Wadala still commands $4,645.6 overall, the $1,000 first prize shimmering in sight.
Quantitatively, at 11:31 a.m. ET, Jayavir Madali sits at $4,068.48 overall, the gap to first now less than $600, a statistically plausible overtake scenario.
Market Mayhem traders compare is live, 2 hours and 6 minutes into the session, and the elevator division is shaken under Chida versus Rahul _ versus Lakan Gosali.
As of 11:36 a.m. ET, Chida at $3,710 towers over Rahul _ at negative $14,485.5. Statistically, a gulf of more than $18,000 between leader and chaser.
And at 11:34 a.m. ET, SQQ slams in another plus $1,785 for Chida, pure dual ticker aggression from the rank 3 profit.
The 11:35 a.m. ET big loss confirms negative $1,478 for Rahul _ moving from negative $11,592.5 to negative $13,070.5 in a statistically damaging cascade.
At 11:36 a.m. ET, Lakan Gosali shows negative $829.5 fully realized with zero unrealized cushion. That is no safety net trading.
Realized discipline versus unrealized disaster at 11:36 a.m. ET. Chida locking $3,580 realized while Rahul _ clings to $491 realized against massive red unrealized pressure.
Aggression check at 11:36 a.m. ET. Chida has fired 4,000 shares across 2 stocks, while Lakan Gosali has moved just 420 shares in one name. That is turbo versus tricycle.
Groaning. Momentum tells the story at 11:36 a.m. ET. Chida up $3,715 over the window while Rahul _ slides negative $1,446. That is opposite trajectories.
In contrast, at 11:36 a.m. ET, Rahul _ peaks at $1,568 earlier in the window and now prints negative $14,485.5, a statistically severe swing.
Passing at 11:36 a.m. ET. Third place Chida at $3,710 is hunting prize money, while fifth place Lakan Gosali at negative $829.5 is fighting just to stabilize.
With $3,710 at 11:36 a.m. ET versus negative $14,485.5, the expected value profiles of Chida and Rahul _ could not be more divergent.
At 11:39 a.m. ET, Jado Biadala still commands first place with $4,645.60 in cumulative tournament profit. The throne is wobbling, but it is not surrendered.
And at 11:39 a.m. ET TQQ piles on another $1,925 for Chidambara Raja. That back-to-back leverage play just shook second place.
The 11:39 a.m. ET ledger places Chidambara Raja at $3,590 cumulative for the tournament, statistically compressing the gap to Jayavir Madali in second.
At 11:39 a.m. ET, Jayavir Madali sits at $4,109.28 overall with 0 trades logged today. That is second place sweating without throwing a punch. Groaning. That 11:39 a.m. ET hit leaves Ines and Saji at $246.70 for the tournament. 1 trade on the day and already underwater.
Screaming at again at 11:39 a.m. ET, showing negative $13279 for Rahul Davis. This ticker is a horror movie on repeat.
The 11:39 a.m. ET tournament total for Rahul Davis stands at negative $11,764, a statistically severe outlier on the downside.
But at 11:39 a.m. ET, a big win flashes plus $850 for Rahul Davis, a pulse of life in the middle of total chaos.
At 11:36 a.m. ET, SQQ clips $325 from Nimish K. Singh. Controlled damage, but it trims the cushion in fourth.
Gasping at 11:39 a.m. ET, Sannalasuli is buried at negative $1,425.60 for the tournament. 17 trades and still deep red.
And do not ignore Bull Beast at 11:39 a.m. ET, negative $233 overall, but flashing $896 on the day. That is volatility hunting.
Meanwhile, at 11:39 a.m. ET, Lakangorsali clings to $631.10 cumulative with only 2 trades. Efficient but dangerously quiet.
At 11:44 a.m. ET, Chidambara Raja detonates TQQ for plus $1,845, rocketing his day total to 3,610 and sending a shockwave through the podium.
Statistically, at 11:44 a.m. ET, his cumulative tournament profit stands at $3,430, firmly third place and compressing the gap to second.
But the throne still belongs to J.W. Dollar at 11:44 a.m. ET with $4,645.6 in cumulative tournament profit, the $1,000 prize still within his grip.
Groaning. At 11:44 a.m. ET, his cumulative tournament figure is negative $1,364, dead last and staring at a mountain with no oxygen.
A counterpoint at 11:44 a.m. ET, SQQ trims $390 from Nimish K. Singh, reducing his day total to $1,046.4, yet preserving $1,957.1 in cumulative tournament profit.
And at 11:44 a.m. ET, and Sansaji holds $155.3 overall for the tournament. Still positive but skating on thin ice.
Fifth place Lekhangur Sali at 11:44 a.m. ET with $631.1 overall is barely breathing room. 2 trades total and still in the fight.
That 11:44 a.m. ET, Sun Nulsulia records negative $1,420.3 in cumulative tournament profit, a statistically significant drawdown relative to the median field.
At 11:48 a.m. ET dollar, still commands first place with $4,645.6 in cumulative tournament profit. The throne is defended and the crown is shining.
At 11:47 a.m. ET, TQQ explodes for plus $1,815 for Chidambara Raja. That is pure leverage lightning.
And at 11:47 a.m. ET, SQQ fires another plus $1,725 for Chidambara Raja. Twin rockets lifting third place higher.
At 11:48 a.m. ET, that surge plants Chidambara Raja at $3,430 overall in the tournament, third place getting uncomfortably close to second. By 11:48 a.m. ET, Rahul Davis sits at negative $1,281.6 cumulative for the tournament, ranked 20 and digging deeper.
At 11:47 a.m. ET, TSLA registers negative $452.5 for Nsane Saji, a rapid inversion from prior green to sharp red.
Pressure on the mid-table at 11:48 a.m. ET. Nimish K. Singh holds $1,957.1 overall in fourth, steady but feeling the heat from that charge in third place.
At 11:48 a.m. ET, Sunil Sulia carries negative $1,418.5 overall, 17 trades and still searching for traction.
At 11:48 a.m. ET, Lakhang Sali remains fifth with $631.1 cumulative, low trade count but statistically efficient positioning.
Do not ignore the lower ranks. At 11:48 a.m. ET, Shebin T. Shaji claws to positive $63.19 overall. Tiny spark, but sparks start fires. Momentum belongs to Chidambara Raja right now. Back-to-back leverage strikes at 11:46 and 11:47 a.m. ET. Third place is roaring. At 11:51 a.m. ET, Chidambra Raja is detonating TQQQ for plus $1915 on the day, rocketing his tournament stack to 3,570 and locking in third with authority.
As of 11:51 a.m. ETJO dollar holds $4,645.6 in cumulative tournament profit, still statistically first place despite a negative $776.05 day drawdown.
The gap is compressing. At 11:51 a.m. ET, Chidambra Raja's 3,570 total means second place is absolutely within striking distance.
Groaning consecutive big loss prints into 11:51 a.m. ET, and he is down $14928 for the tournament. Rank 20 is not a vibe, it is a warning.
At 11:51 a.m. ET, TSLA swings negative $448.75 for AN Sayan Saji, flipping his daily figure to minus 208.9 and injecting volatility into rank 8.
Do not sleep on Nimish K. Singh. At 11:51 a.m. ET, he holds $1,957.1 in cumulative profit with 52 trades. That is relentless pressure in fourth.
At 11:51 a.m. ET, Sunil Sulio is negative 1,421.8 on the tournament ledger with 17 trades. Activity without edge is just expensive entertainment.
Rank 5 is Lakangur Sully at 11:51 a.m. ET with $631.1 cumulative, modest but statistically stable relative to the chaos below.
TQQ and SQQ both printing at 11:51 a.m. ET for Chidambara Raja. That is volatility mastery, and the crowd can feel the surge towards second place.
Even bleeding 776.05 on the day at 11:51 a.m. ET, JAW dollar still leads the whole tournament. That is what a real cushion looks like.
With 4 hours and 8 minutes left in the session, Jayaveer Madali's $4,151.01 at 11:51 a.m. ET remains mathematically within range of first, but only if engagement resumes.
At 11:55 a.m. ET, TQQ explodes again for Chidambara Raja, a plus $1,885 surge on the print that is rocket fuel straight into the top three.
As of 11:55 a.m. ET, Chidambara Raja stands at $3,510 in cumulative tournament profit, statistically tightening the spread to second place with remarkable efficiency.
Jayaveer Madali fires back at 11:53 a.m. ET with MMM printing plus $1,456. The second place warrior refuses to fade.
Gas bill is absolute mayhem at 11:55 a.m. ET. Negative $17477 on the print for Rahul Davis. That ticker is a black hole.
At 11:55 a.m. ET, Rahul Davis is sitting at negative $15962 for the tournament, dead last and digging deeper with every Kara swing.
Quiet assassin alert. Nimish K. Singh holds $1,957.1 overall as of 11:55 a.m. ET, fourth place and stalking the podium.
TSLA just knifed an S and Saji at 11:53 a.m. ET for negative $516.25. That reversal was vicious.
Down the table at 11:55 a.m. ET, Sunil Sulia is negative $1417 overall, and that hole is getting expensive to climb out of.
"4 hours and 4 minutes left, and Chidambara Raja is compressing that gap. The $250 third prize is practically glowing.
The macro view at 11:55 a.m. ET shows JO dollar at 4,645.6, Jayavir Madali at 4,151.74, and Chidambara Raja at 3,510, a tightening top three with measurable convergence.
Two and a half hours into Market Mayhem, and at 12 p.m. ETJ Dawadala still reigns with $4,645.6 in cumulative tournament profit, the $1,000 throne still glowing.
At 11:59 a.m. ET, TQQ explodes plus $1,875 for Chidambara Raja, and SQQ stacks another $1,795. That is double leveraged chaos, launching him to $3,350 tournament total. Gaspier is a disaster reel at 11:59 a.m. ET, negative $16,354 for Rahul Davis, and it was even worse at 11:57 a.m. ET, at negative 17,827.5. That ticker is pure free fall.
Meanwhile, the grinder Nimish K. Singh has fired off 52 trades, and at 12 p.m. ET stands at $1,957.1 overall, fourth place through sheer volume warfare.
TSLA just keeps slapping at 11:58 a.m. ET, negative $306.25 for Ensan Saji after earlier hits. That bounce turned into a trap twice.
And at 12 p.m. ET, Ansan Saji is down to $131.15 for the tournament. That cushion has nearly evaporated.
Do not sleep on that 11:58 a.m. ET MMM surge, plus $1,439 for Javir Madadali. That is how you defend second place with authority.
Bull Beast is green $896 on the day, but still negative $233 for the tournament at 12 p.m. ET. That is like winning the round but losing the war.
At 12 p.m. ET, Harsh Tambat sits at negative $336.56 cumulative 17th place and running out of comfortable risk budget.
4 hours left in the session, and at 12 p.m. ET, J. Dollar leads with $4,645.6, while Jayavir Madali and Chidambara Raja hunt from below. This podium battle is far from over. 12:08 p.m. ET, and the throne is still J.A. Dayrade with $4,645.60 for the tournament as of 12:08 p.m. ET. Even after a red day, the crown is glued on.
That 12:08 p.m. ET surge puts Javier Madali at $4,048.19 for the tournament, still second place and still chasing the $1,000 prize.
Gasping, QQ and SQQ both printing at 12:08 p.m. ET. Chidambara Roja stacks plus 1925 on TQQ and plus 1845 on SQQ. That is volatility surfing.
Thous of 12:08 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja stands at $3,590 cumulative in the tournament, third place with statistically significant momentum compression towards second.
As of 12:08 p.m. ET, Ansan Saji is down to $271.40 for the tournament. That earlier cushion is almost gone.
MSFT reverses sharply at 12:08 p.m. ET, negative $565.30 for Sunil Sulia, extending his cumulative tournament deficit to negative $1,551.60.
Do not forget the grinder. At 12:08 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh holds $1,957.10 for the tournament, fourth place and stalking that $250 third prize.
Even with negative $776.05 on the day at 12:08 p.m. ET, JW is still leading overall. That is championship insulation.
With 3 hours and 52 minutes remaining, Javier Madali at $4,048.19 as of 12:08 p.m. ET remains within probabilistic striking distance of first.
Two hours and 42 minutes into Market Mayhem, and at 12:11 p.m. ETJA still commands first place with $4,645.60 for the tournament. The throne is shaken, but it is still his.
At 12:10 p.m. ET, TQQ detonates for plus $1925 and SQQ slams another plus $1845 for Chidambara Raja. That is volatility surfing at its finest.
Those 12:10 p.m. ET leveraged ETF bursts elevate Chidambara Raja to $3,610 cumulative, third place now statistically compressing the gap to second.
At 12:11 p.m. ET, CAR shows negative $16,474.50 on the day for Rahul Davis, and the tournament total has cratered to negative $14,959.5. That is not volatility, that is devastation.
Meanwhile, at 12:11 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh grinds in fourth with $1,957.1 overall across 52 trades. That is relentless ladder climbing.
At 12:08 p.m. ET, MSFT rips negative $565.3 from Sunil Sulia, and the tournament tally sinks to negative 1,552.5, 20 trades and still digging.
Bullbeast is up $896 on the day at 12:11 p.m. ET, but still negative 233 for the tournament. That is a comeback trailer without the sequel yet.
With 3 hours and 48 minutes remaining, Rahul Davis at negative $14,959.5 as of 12:11 p.m. ET represents an extreme left tail outcome in this distribution.
Market Mayhem Traders Compare is live 2 hours and 46 minutes into the session, and the Lakan Grisali versus Shaban duel is center stage.
As of 12:16 p.m. ET, Lakan Grisali sits at negative $829.5 total PNL, while Sheben holds positive $233.75, a rank 5 versus rank 9 divergence with very different equity curves.
Check the swing at 10:51 a.m. ET yesterday. Lakan Grisali was up $761.4, but by 9:57 a.m. ET today, he is down negative $829.5. While Sheben flipped from negative 151.6 at 11:25 a.m. ET yesterday to positive 233.75 at 12:16 p.m. ET.
Aggression gap at 12:16 p.m. ET. Lakan Grisali has traded 420 shares in just one stock, while Sheben has fired 1050 shares across 4 names. That is sniper versus scattershot.
At 12:16 p.m. ET,
And at 12:16
Lakan
p.m. ET,
Grisali is
Sheben
parked at
tagged a fresh
negative
peak of
$829.5, and that matches his
literally
trough
the
from
high watermark of this
9:57
entire
a.m.
window.
ET, meaning the drawdown has not healed.
Statistically speaking, at 12:16 p.m. ET, the spread between negative 829.5 and positive 233.75 is $1,063.25, a meaningful separation in a $1,750 prize pool ecosystem.
Groaning, the window tells the truth. At 12:16 p.m. ET, La Cangorsali is down $824.9 since April 20th, while Shebin is up 234.18. One is defending losses, the other is stacking gains.
Shebin's composition at 12:16 p.m. ET shows $182 realized and $51.75 unrealized, suggesting active positions still influencing the curve.
Volume versus velocity at 12:16 p.m. ET. 420 shares for La Cangorsali against 1050 for Shebin. That is a tidal wave crashing into a sandcastle.
Shebin went from negative $151.6 at 11:25 a.m. ET yesterday to positive $233.75 at 12:16 p.m. ET. That is a full vibe reversal.
This is the crossroads at 12:16 p.m. ET. La Cangorsali defending rank 5 with negative $829.5, and Shebin hunting from rank 9 with positive 233.75. The elevator is moving. $12:20 p.m. ET, and JAW Dollar is still your overall leader with $4,645.6 in cumulative tournament profit as of 12:19 p.m. ET, even while bleeding negative 776.05 on the day.
At 12:19 p.m. ET, QQQ explodes for plus $1,965, and SQQ stacks another $1,875 for Chidambara Raja, slamming him to $3,840 on the day.
Statistically, as of 12:19 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja now holds $3,660 in cumulative tournament profit, compressing the distance to second into a mathematically meaningful margin.
Groaning. That big loss of negative $1,675.5 hits at 12:19 p.m. ET, and Rahul Davis is now sitting at negative $16,300.5 for the tournament, anchored to rank 20.
Casping TSLA keeps clipping an SN Saji at 12:19 p.m. ET for negative $518.75. That intraday whiplash just will not stop.
As of 12:19 p.m. ET, ANSAN Saji has been compressed to $161.1 in cumulative tournament profit, a dramatic contraction from earlier stability.
Do not forget the volume machine. At 12:19 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh has fired off 52 trades and built $1,957.1 in tournament profit, lurking just outside the podium.
At 12:19 p.m. ET, Saunlar Sulia is drowning at negative $1,551.7 for the tournament and negative $559.7 on the day. That drawdown is brutal.
We are 2 hours and 54 minutes into Market Mayhem, and the elevator division leaderboard is shaking at 12:24 p.m. ET.
As of 12:23 p.m. ET, JAW Dollar leads the entire tournament with $4,645.6 in cumulative profit, statistically a strong hold on first place.
Right behind him at 12:23 p.m. ET, Javier Madali sits on $4,049.09 overall, close enough to smell the $1,000 prize.
And at 12:20 p.m. ET, SQQ fires back for plus $1,795. This is dual leveraged chaos on both sides of the tape.
The compounding effect is evident, and by 12:23 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja holds $3,540 in cumulative tournament profit, firmly in third.
And Sayan Saji just flipped the script at 12:23 p.m. ET with a plus $390 burst on AMSN. That is a lifeline from the depths.
Even so, as of 12:23 p.m. ET, Sayan Saji has rebuilt to $155.25 in cumulative profit, a modest but statistically meaningful recovery.
And it got worse at 12:22 p.m. ET with another negative $20,071.5 on CIR. This ticker is pure turbulence.
By 12:23 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis is sitting at negative $18064 for the tournament, dead last and digging.
Meanwhile, consistency king Nimish K. Singh stands at $1,957.1 at 12:23 p.m. ET, fourth place and stalking the podium.
Chuck Madhav's Ravi quietly holds $261.46 at 12:23 p.m. ET. Low volume, low drama, still breathing.
Bull Beast is positive $896 on the day, but still negative $233 overall at 12:23 p.m. ET. That is intraday flex with tournament regret.
Sheben T. Shaji is back above water at $97.19 as of 12:23 p.m. ET, climbing out of the basement one trade at a time.
Groaning. Manish Kapoor at negative $743 as of 12:23 p.m. ET is running out of daylight, and the market does not hand out sympathy rebates.
Gasping, Harsh Tambard is negative $366.8 at 12:23 p.m. ET, stuck in the lower bracket and needing a momentum miracle.
3.5 hours left in the session, and the $1,000 first prize is still in play. This elevated division is pure pressure. Traders Compare is live in Market Mayhem, 2 hours and 58 minutes into the session, and the elevator division is staring down Rahul _ versus Lakan Gosali for positioning and pride.
Statistically, as of 12:28 p.m. ET, Rahul _ has slid $21,570.5 over the window, while Lakan Gosali has declined $824.9, both negative momentum but vastly different magnitudes.
Risk posture at 12:28 p.m. ET shows Rahul _ with $491 realized against negative 22087, unrealized, while Lakangursali is fully realized at negative 829.5 with zero unrealized exposure.
At 12:27 p.m. ET, car shows negative $21,078.5 for Rahul underscore. That single position detonating his day.
The 12:25 p.m. ET big loss event confirms Rahul underscore dropped $728 from negative 19,778.5 to negative 20,506.5, compounding an already severe drawdown.
Compare the discipline at 12:28 p.m. ET. Lakangursali contains the damage at negative 829.5, while Rahul underscore is drowning at negative 21596. That is 5th place control versus 20th place chaos.
From a probabilistic standpoint, at 12:28 p.m. ET, Lakangursali remains rank 5 despite negative 829.5, whereas Rahul underscore at negative 21596 is anchored at rank 20. Leaderboard insulation matters.
Meanwhile, at 12:28 p.m. ET, Rahul underscore is staring at negative $21596 total with negative 22087. Unrealized pressure still hanging over the account.
One stock each at 12:28 p.m. ET. Same narrow focus, but Lakangursali keeps it to negative 829.5, and Rahul underscore lets it explode to negative 21596. That is execution difference.
Groaning. The tape at 12:24 p.m. ET already showed car at negative 19,778.5 for Rahul underscore, and it only worsened from there.
Rank 5 versus rank 20 at 12:28 p.m. ET. Lakangursali holding the middle of the pack, while Rahul underscore fights from the basement. This is survival versus collapse.
With 3 hours and 32 minutes left in the session, at 12:28 p.m. ET, Lakangursali at negative 829.5 can still pivot, while Rahul underscore at negative 21596 needs a miracle.
Traders Compare is live in Market Mayhem. It's 3 hours in, and the elevated division is shaking under Rahul underscore versus Lakangursali versus dead underscore cat underscore bounce.
Quantitatively, at 12:32 p.m. ET, the gap between dead underscore cat underscore bounce at negative $776.05 and Lakangursali at negative $829.5 is barely $53, statistically a coin flip for control of the top tier.
At 12:31 p.m. ET, car shows negative $22,855.5 for Rahul underscore. That single symbol carving deep into an already brutal session.
Risk posture at 12:32 p.m. ET. Rahul underscore holding $491, realized against negative $22716, unrealized, while Lakangursali is fully realized at negative $829.5 with zero float. That is dangling risk versus closed pain.
Peak to trough drama, dead underscore cat underscore bounce, blasted to $3,137.4 at 11:38 a.m. ET, and now sits negative $776.05 at 12:32 p.m. ET, while Lakangursali topped at $761.4 and slides to negative $829.5, both bleeding but one still king.
All three red at 12:32 p.m. ET. but rank 1 dead_cat_bounce at negative $776.05 is surviving. Rank 5 Lekangasali at negative $829.5 is wobbling, and rank 20 Rahul_ at negative $2225 is in free fall.
Statistically stark, Rahul_ peaked at $1,568 at 10:36 a.m. ET, and now prints negative $2225 at 12:32 p.m. ET, a swing exceeding $23,000 inside this window.
At 12:32 p.m. ET, it is rank 1 versus rank 5, negative $776.05 versus negative $829.5. Dead_cat_bounce, clinging to daylight over Lekangasali by inches.
Compare the troughs, Rahul_ now at negative $2225 at 12:32 p.m. ET versus dead_cat_bounce at negative $776.05 at the same timestamp, two entirely different risk universes.
Lekangasali peaked at $761.4 at 10:59 a.m. ET, and now shows negative $829.5 at 12:32 p.m. ET, a steady bleed without the share volume to fight back.
At 12:35 p.m. ET, Dayrade still reigns with $4,645.60 in cumulative tournament profit. The throne in Market Mayhem remains defended.
At 12:33 p.m. ET, TQQ explodes for plus $1,825 for Chidambara Raja, and SQQ stacks another $1,745. That is leveraged lightning straight into third place.
Statistically speaking, at 12:35 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja now holds $3,370 in cumulative profit, compressing the gap to second and materially increasing podium probability.
Groaning. That 12:35 p.m. ET print leaves an SN Saji at $270.05 for the tournament overall, one ticker doing outsized damage.
Screamin' detonates again at 12:35 p.m. ET, showing minus $23304 for Rahul Davis on the day. This ticker is absolute chaos.
As of 12:35 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis stands at negative $21789 cumulative for the tournament, a statistically extreme drawdown relative to the field.
Quiet assassin alert at 12:35 p.m. ET. Nimish K. Singh holds $1,957.10 in cumulative profit with 52 trades fired, relentless pressure from fourth place.
And down the board at 12:35 p.m. ET, Sunil's Sulia shows negative $1,600.30 cumulative with 24 trades. That is high volume without lift.
3 hours and 6 minutes in, and at 12:35 p.m. ET, the podium battle is alive. JW Dollar first, Jayaveer Madala second, Chidambara Raja surging in third, and hunting At 12:39 p.m. ET, JW still reigns with $4,645.6 in cumulative tournament profit. The throne of Market Mayhem remains unshaken.
At 12:39 p.m. ET, SQQ blasts plus $1,725 for Chidambara Raja. That inverse rocket just flipped the volatility switch.
And at 12:39 p.m. ETTQQ fires another plus $1,805 for Chidambara Raja, leverage lightning striking twice in the same minute.
Consequently, at 12:39 p.m. ET, his cumulative tournament figure recalibrates to $3,350, solidly third and compressing the gradient towards second. The 12:39 p.m. ET ledger now places AN Sayan Saji at $202.95 cumulative for the tournament, a precipitous contraction from earlier stability.
But at 12:39 p.m. ET, a big win flashes, plus $765.5 for Rahul Davis, a spark of defiance in the middle of the storm. At 12:39 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh holds $1,957.1 overall, fourth place grinding with 52 trades of pure persistence.
At 12:39 p.m. ET, Sunil Sulia sinks to negative $1,600.3 for the tournament, 24 trades and still stuck in the mud.
At 12:43 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja detonates TQQQ for $1,895 on the day, a leveraged thunderclap that shakes the entire arena.
As of 12:43 p.m. ET, his cumulative tournament profit stands at $3,530, consolidating third place and statistically tightening the chase for second.
But second place is still Jayaveer Madali at $4,023.49 overall. At 12:43 p.m. ET, the $500 prize in clear sight if he re-enters the fight.
Groaning. That puts his cumulative tournament number at negative $22,152.5 at 12:43 p.m. ET, 20th place and historically deep in the red.
At 12:43 p.m. ET, TSLA registers negative $485 for AN Sayan Saji, a volatility cluster that erased prior gains within minutes.
But he claws back with AM Zen at 12:43 p.m. ET for $415.35, refusing to let the red candle write his story.
Fourth place Nimishke Singh at 12:43 p.m. ET with $1,957.1 overall is watching that third place rocket get closer and closer.
Fifth place Lakhang Gursali remains at $631.1 cumulative at 12:43 p.m. ET. Low trade frequency yet statistically resilient amid extreme dispersion.
Meanwhile, Sunil Salia is stuck at negative $1,600.3 overall at 12:43 p.m. ET. The comeback arc needs to start right now.
3 hours and 16 minutes left and Chidambara Raja is charging. The podium is shaking and second place is officially on notice.
At 12:47 p.m. ETJA Dawa Dollar still reigns supreme with $4,645.6 in cumulative tournament profit, even bleeding on the day and still untouchable at the top.
At 12:46 p.m. ET, TQQ detonates for plus $1,745 for Chidambara Raja. That is leveraged chaos paying rent.
And at 12:46 p.m. ETSQQ fires another plus $1,665 for Chidambara Raja. He is surfing both sides of the storm.
At 12:47 p.m. ET, that puts Chidambara Raja at $3,210 cumulative, third place and still stalking second with real intent.
Gasping at 12:46 p.m. ET, CAR absolutely nukes Rahul Davis for negative $23,377.5 on the print. That ticker is a financial sinkhole.
By 12:47 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis is sitting at negative $21864 for the tournament, ranked 20 and miles behind the pack.
At 12:47 p.m. ET, AN Sayan Saji shows negative $33.25 cumulative, a dramatic compression after extreme intraday volatility.
At 12:47 p.m. ETAM Zen claws back plus $331.5 for AN Sayan Saji. That is a counterpunch in the middle of the storm. At 12:47 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh stands firm in fourth with $1,957.1 cumulative, 52 trades of pure grind energy. At 12:51 p.m. ET, Javier Madali detonates MMM for plus $1,577 on the day, ripping his daily total to 1,929.13 and sending a message to the top of the leaderboard.
And at 12:51 p.m. ET, JR Dollar is still sitting on $4,645.6 for the tournament, bleeding 776.05 today, but surviving off that early war chest.
At 12:48 p.m. ET, he rockets to $3,500 on the day and now holds $3,370 cumulative. Third place is locked and second is in sight.
Even with a plus $1074 bounce at 12:50 p.m. ET and another plus 588.5 at 12:51 p.m. ET, he is still negative 22,541.5 on the day and buried at negative 21,026.5 for the tournament.
Fifth place Lacan Gursely at 12:51 p.m. ET holds $631.1 cumulative. Small stack but still inside striking distance of a podium miracle.
Hunting Bill is green 896 on the day at 12:51 p.m. ET, but still negative 233 for the tournament. That is a comeback trailer that has not hit the final act.
With 3 hours and 8 minutes remaining in Market Mayhem, Javier Madali at $4,060.34 as of 12:51 p.m. ET remains the most immediate mathematical threat to the $1,000 first prize.
Three hours and 26 minutes into Market Mayhem, and at 12:55 p.m. ET, J. Dollar still commands first place with $4,645.6 in cumulative tournament profit. The $1,000 throne is still his to defend.
As of 12:55 p.m. ET, Javier Madali now stands at $4,040.44 cumulative for the tournament, statistically re-establishing second-place pressure on the leader. The compounding effect is visible. At 12:55 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja holds $3,405 in cumulative tournament profit, firmly third and compressing the gap to second.
At 12:55 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis is now sitting at negative $20,808.5 for the tournament. 20th place. And that CR obsession keeps digging the crater deeper.
Despite the intraday turbulence, as of 12:55 p.m. ET, AN Sansaji remains at negative $45 cumulative in the tournament, a marginal deficit but psychologically heavy.
Bullbeast is green $896 on the day at 12:55 p.m. ET, but still negative $233 for the tournament. That is what happens when early damage lingers.
3 hours and 4 minutes left in the session, and the top three are stacked. JW Dollar at 4,645.6, J. Veer Madali at 4,040.44, and Chidambara Raja at 3,405 as of 12:55 p.m. ET. This podium fight is electric. Traders Compare is live at 1 p.m. ET, and it is Chitta versus Rahul _ versus P99 in a three-way collision for Market Mayhem supremacy.
As of 12:59 p.m. ET, Chitta holds $3,490 in rank 3, while Rahul _ sits at negative $22627 in rank 20 and P99 at negative $31.15 in rank 16, a dramatic spread across the board.
Compare the momentum swing. Chitta up $3,495 over the window to $3,490 at 12:59 p.m. ET, while Rahul _ plunges negative 22,601.5 to negative 22627 at 12:59 p.m. ET. That is opposite universes.
Gasping Gaussian check. Chitta has fired 4,000 shares across two stocks by 12:59 p.m. ET. Rahul _ only 500 shares in one stock, and P99 just 70 shares in one. That is Predator versus Spectators.
At 12:56 p.m. ET, SQQ rip plus $1,715 for Chitta, vaulting from $1,795 to $3,510 in that snapshot, and reinforcing the $3,490 total seen at 12:59 p.m. ET.
Rank 3 versus Rank 16 at 12:59 p.m. ET. $3,490 for Chidda against negative 31.15 for P99. That gap is a canyon.
Three hours into the session, and at 12:59 p.m. ET, the scoreboard screams 3,490 for Chidda, negative 22627 for Rahul underscore, negative 31.15 for P99. This podium fight is brutally asymmetrical.
At 12:59 p.m. ET, card flashes again at negative $22627 for Rahul underscore. That ticker is basically the boss battle of his tournament.
One trader locking in 3,580 realized by 12:59 p.m. ET, and the other clinging to 491 realized against negative 23118 unrealized at 12:59 p.m. ET. That is discipline versus disaster.
With $3,490 at 12:59 p.m. ET and rank 3 secured for now, Chidda stands closest to the $250 third place prize, statistically advantaged over the other two in this matchup.
Gasping 3 traders, 3 realities at 12:59 p.m. ET, 3,490 up top, negative 31.15 in the middle, negative 22627 at the bottom. This compare table is chaos theory in action.
It is 1:03 p.m. ET, and JAW Dollar still commands the elevator division with $4,720.6 for the tournament. Even after turbulence, the throne is bolted to the floor.
As of 1:03 p.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali holds $4,149.84 cumulative second place and within measurable striking distance of first despite today's drawdown.
Volatility Wizardry at 1:03 p.m. ET. TQQ explodes plus $1,905, and SQQ rips plus $1,830 for Chidambara Raja. That is dual wielding leverage chaos.
Car is a horror show at 1:03 p.m. ET, negative $21629 on that ticker for Rahul Davis. A single symbol dragging the entire day into the abyss.
There was even a plus $998 snapback at 1:03 p.m. ET, and it barely dents the crater. That chart is vertical doom.
Meanwhile, the grinder Nimish K. Singh stands at $1,957.1 for the tournament as of 1:03 p.m. ET, 52 trades, and still climbing the elevator shaft.
Net effect as of 1:03 p.m. ET leaves NSAN Saji at $24.35 for the tournament, a dramatic contraction from earlier stability.
And at 1:03 p.m. ET, Sunil Sulia is buried at negative $1,600.3 for the tournament. 24 trades and the floor keeps moving.
1:07 p.m. ET, and Javier Madali stands atop Market Mayhem with $4,100.73 in total tournament profit. The throne has changed hands, and the $1,000 prize is in his sights.
At 1:05 p.m. ET, TQQ explodes for plus $1,935 and SQQ slams plus $1,855 for Chidambara Raja. That is double-sided volatility surfing.
1:07 p.m. ET, and Carr just gutted JW dollar for negative $3,539.8 on the day. A brutal reversal that shoves the daily tally deep into the red.
Even after that Carr collapse, at 1:07 p.m. ET, JW dollar clings to $2,361.85 for the tournament, still third place and refusing to tap out.
As of 1:07 p.m. ET, the cumulative tournament figure for Rahul Davis sits at negative $21,686.5, an extreme downside outlier in this field.
Do not ignore the grinder at 1:07 p.m. ET. Nimish K. Singh holds $1,957.1 for the tournament across 52 trades. The volume king stalking the podium.
Thumb Bull Beast is still green $896 on the day at 1:07 p.m. ET, but negative $233 for the tournament. That comeback is half-built and out of time.
Chuck 1:04 p.m. ET, TSLA printed plus $322.58 for Madhav S. Ravi, a quiet green flicker in a session dominated by car carnage.
Market Mayhem Traders Compare is live at 1:12 p.m. ET, and it is Lakan Gorsali versus Dead_Cat_Bounce versus Rahul_ in a three-way survival match.
Groaning. At 1:12 p.m. ET, the gap between Lekangasali at negative 829.5 and Dead_Cat_Bounce at negative 5,767.3 is brutal, but it is still a canyon smaller than the drop to Rahul_.
The window momentum confirms it. At 1:12 p.m. ET, Rahul _ stands at negative $25,006.5, down $24981 since April 20th, statistically the steepest slide of this trio.
Momentum check at 1:12 p.m. ET. Lakan Gosali down $824.9 over the window. Dead_cat_bounce down $5,745.95. And Rahul_ down 24981. That is 3 red slopes with very different angles.
Contrast that with dead_cat_bounce at 1:12 p.m. ET, negative $5,767.3 total, with negative $4,991.25 still unrealized. Exposure remains materially open.
And Rahul_ at 1:12 p.m. ET shows negative $25,497.5 unrealized, against just $491 realized. That is a position still bleeding in real time.
Recall the peak. Lakan Gosali touched $761.4 on April 21st, before settling to negative $829.5 by 1:12 p.m. ET today, a full cycle from crest to trough.
Rahul's trough is the current print, negative $25,006.5 at 1:12 p.m. ET, matching the lowest point of his window, no bounce yet.
And at 1:10 p.m. ET, a big loss of negative $1284 hits dead_cat_bounce. The spiral was accelerating even before that last KR print.
Rank 4 versus Rank 12 at 1:12 p.m. ET, Lakan Gosali at negative $829.5 and dead_cat_bounce at negative $5,767.3. Proximity to the podium is decisively different.
Market Mayhem Traders Compare is live and at 1:16 p.m. ET dead_cat_bounce, rank 18, Pooty rank 19, and Rahul_ rank 20 are locked in a 3-way survival fight.
Dead_cat_bounce at negative 5,272.3 versus Pooty at negative 608.3 as of 1:16 p.m. ET. That is a $5,000 gap between 18th and 19th.
From April 20th to 1:16 p.m. ET today, dead_cat_bounce has dropped $5,250.95 over the window, while Rahul_ has fallen $24651, statistically a far steeper descent.
Groaning. At 1:15 p.m. ET, Rahul_ shows car down negative $25295 on that symbol alone, a brutal anchor on an already negative $24,676.5 total.
Risk posture at 1:16 p.m. ET shows dead_cat_bounce with negative 776.05 realized and negative 4,496.25 unrealized, whereas Pooty is fully realized at negative 608.3 with 0 unrealized exposure.
Aggression check at 1:16 p.m. ET dead_cat_bounce has traded 7,880 shares across 3 stocks, Pooty 2140 shares across 2, and Rahul _ just 500 shares in 1 name.
Pooty at 1:16 p.m. ET holds negative $608.3 total, with that entire figure realized, a closed book compared to the floating risk elsewhere.
Both dead_cat_bounce and Rahul _ hit their troughs right now at 1:16 p.m. ET, negative
At 1:16 p.m. ET,
5,272.3 versus
Pooty down
negative
$597.3 over the window.
24,676.5.
Looks
The
almost
floor
calm
is
next
still
to dead
dropping.
_cat _
Gas
bounce
ping.
down
Rahul _ peaked at $1568
$5,250.95.
earlier in the
Same
window
direction,
and now
different
sits at
magnitude.
negative 24,676.5 at 1:16 p.m. ET, while Pooty peaked at just 5.3 and only slides to negative 608.3. That is turbulence versus tremor.
Dead_cat_bounce reached a peak of $3,137.4
Rank
on April
18
20th,
dead
and now
_cat
prints negative
_bounce. Rank 19 Pooty.
5,272.3
Rank
at
20
1:16 p.m.
Rahul
ET,
_ at
a swing exceeding
1:16 p.m. ET
$8,000.
are separated by thousands of dollars, but united in red momentum.
At 1:15 p.m. ET, car shows negative $25295 for Rahul _ and with total
With 2
unrealized
hours
at
and
negative
44 minutes left after 1:16 p.m. ET,
25,167.5
dead
by 1:16
_cat
p.m. ET.
_ bounce at
The
negative
damage is still mostly floating.
5,272.3 and Pooty at negative 608.3 still have time, but the clock is not kind.
$1:20 p.m. ET, and the throne has changed hands. Javier Madali stands first with $4,157.04 in cumulative tournament profit as of 1:19 p.m. ET, ice cold and back on top.
At 1:18 p.m. ET, TQQ detonates for plus $2075 and SQQ stacks another $19.95 for Chidambara Raja. That is leveraged ping pong at maximum velocity.
Meanwhile, at 1:19 p.m. ET, JO dollar eats another negative $824.25. Car has turned from hero to executioner in under a minute.
And look at the ticker tape. At 1:19 p.m. ET, CAR prints negative $8,155.3 for JAW dollar. That single symbol is rewriting the leaderboard.
The cumulative damage is severe. As of 1:19 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis registers negative $24,763.5 for the tournament, statistically distant from recovery without extreme variance.
Do not ignore the rebound. At 1:18 p.m. ET, rips plus $610.35 for San Saji. That is a pulse in the middle of chaos.
Down the table, Bull Beast is positive $896 on the day, but still negative $233 cumulative as of 1:19 p.m. ET. Green paint on a cracked wall.
And Sunil Sulia is still bleeding at negative $1,600.3 cumulative as of 1:19 p.m. ET. 24 trades, and the scoreboard just will not forgive.
3 hours and 50 minutes in, Javier Madali controls the elevator division at 1:19 p.m. ET, $4,157.04, and defending the $1,000 first prize. 1:24 p.m. ET, and the throne has a new emperor. Chidambara Raja sits rank 1 with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit as of 1:24 p.m. ET.
Screaming 2QQ doubles the chaos at 1:24 p.m. ET with plus $22.55. That is leveraged lightning striking twice.
Meanwhile, Javier Madali is parked in second with $4,200.54 overall as of 1:24 p.m. ET and 0 trades today. That is a defensive masterclass or a ticking clock.
Do not blink on Nemish K. Singh, $1,957.1 cumulative at 1:24 p.m. ET, 52 trades deep, and hunting the podium.
Yet at 1:24 p.m. ET, AMZ contributes plus $655.2 for ANC and Saji, partially offsetting the Tesla drawdown in a classic mean reversion attempt.
Screamin' just obliterated GAW dollar for negative $7,582.3 at 1:24 p.m. ET. That is not turbulence, that is a crater.
After a big loss of $523.5 at 1:24 p.m. ET, JAW dollar now registers negative $1,680.65 cumulative, a catastrophic reversal from earlier leadership.
Sighing, the scoreboard at 1:24 p.m. ET shows Rahul Davis at negative $24,381.5 for the tournament, dead last and mathematically distant from the payout ladder.
In fourth, Lakangar Sali holds $631.1 cumulative as of 1:24 p.m. ET, notably efficient with only 2 trades executed.
And at 1:24 p.m. ET, Sunil Sulia remains at negative $1,600.3 cumulative. Plenty of time left, but the climb is steep.
At 1:28 p.m. ET, the throne belongs to Jayaveer Madali with $4,202.44 in cumulative tournament profit, still rank 1 in Market Mayhem.
At 1:28 p.m. ET, he just detonated SQQ for a $21.05 gain and TQQ for $21.85. That is volatility surfing at its finest.
Statistically, at 1:28 p.m. ET, his daily total sits at $4,290, a concentrated 4-trade burst that materially tightens the gap to first place.
Do not sleep on Nemish K. Singh, $1,957.1 cumulative at 1:28 p.m. ET and 52 trades deep. That is relentless ladder climbing.
Gasping and Saji flipped AMZN at 1:28 p.m. ET for a $530.4 swing back to positive 59.15 on the day. That is a pulse check revival.
1:28 p.m. ET. That stabilization leaves him at $440.65 cumulative, modest but statistically meaningful inside the top 5 cluster.
But the shockwave is JAW dollar at 1:28 p.m. ET. CARE implodes to negative $7,697.8 on the day, and the elevator cable just snapped.
Screamin' I is a horror movie for Rahul Davis at 1:28 p.m. ET, negative $26,293.5 on the day, and the red just keeps scrolling.
From a macro leaderboard perspective, at 1:28 p.m. ET, he stands at negative $24,778.5 cumulative, statistically isolated at rank 20.
Sunil Sulia grinding 24 trades and still negative $1,600.3 overall at 1:28 p.m. ET. That is volume without salvation.
Two leverage tickers, SQQQ and TQQ, both green for Chidambara Raja at 1:28 p.m. ET, and the momentum is tilting the entire top of the board.
With 2 hours and 32 minutes left, Jayaveer Medali at $4,202.44 cumulative at 1:28 p.m. ET faces increasing probability pressure from directly below.
This is a title fight at 1:28 p.m. ET, $4,202.44 versus $4,110 cumulative, first and second separated by less than 1,000, with the prize pool looming. At 1:32 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja stands atop Market Mayhem with $4,160 in cumulative tournament profit. The elevator door is wide open for first place.
At 1:30 p.m. ET, TQQ Blast plus $2,145 for Chidambara Raja and SQQ stacks another $2,065. That is double leverage thunder in the same minute.
4 trades total, and at 1:32 p.m. ET, he is sitting on $4,160 for the tournament. That is efficiency most of this lobby would sell a kidney for.
Disaster sirens at 1:31 p.m. ET CARE detonates for negative $8,418.55 on JW dollar, the chart falling straight through the elevator shaft.
The compounding effect is severe. At 1:32 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis shows negative $25,730.5 cumulative for the tournament, an extreme negative outlier in this field.
Quiet pressure at 1:32 p.m. ET. Nimish K. Singh holds $1,957.1 cumulative with 52 trades fired. Third place grinding with pure volume.
Net effect leaves an SAN Saji at $442.55 cumulative at 1:32 p.m. ET. Still positive, but volatility clearly elevated.
"4 hours in, 2.5 to go, and at 1:32 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja leads the charge with $4,160 cumulative, but Javier Madali is breathing right on his neck. At 1:35 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja stands atop the mountain with $4,190 in cumulative tournament profit, the new king of Market Mayhem.
Rewind to 1:32 p.m. ET TQQ Blast plus $2,205 for Chidambara Raja. That leverage rocket flipped the whole leaderboard. And at 1:32 p.m. ET SQQ stacks another $2,135. He is double dipping volatility like it is a speed run.
Meanwhile, at 1:34 p.m. ET, Prince plus $1,543 for Javier Madali, efficient, clinical, and suddenly within striking distance of first.
Absolute whiplash. At 1:35 p.m. ET, TSLA rips minus $536.25 from AN Saji, a brutal red candle through the heart.
But in the same 1:35 p.m. ET minute, AMZN fires back plus $540.15. That is a perfect counterpunch from AN Saji. Scrabby is a horror show at 1:35 p.m. ET, showing negative $28,482.5 for Rahul Davis. That ticker is pure chaos.
Groaning. That leaves Rahul Davis at negative $26,967.5 cumulative at 1:35 p.m. ET, 20th place and digging a deeper trench. And at 1:32 p.m. ET, Car slams Jay's double dollar for minus $11,006.05. First place dreams evaporating in a single ticker spiral.
As of 1:35 p.m. ET, JAW dollar holds negative $5,104.4 cumulative for the tournament, a dramatic inversion from earlier leadership.
Do not forget the grinder. At 1:35 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh sits on $1,957.1 overall with 52 trades. Relentless pressure from third place. At 1:39 p.m. ET, Javier Madali explodes on MMM for plus $1,543, and his cumulative tournament profit rockets to $4,187.39, reclaiming first place in Market Mayhem.
At 1:39 p.m. ET, Prince plus $2,175 for Chidmabra Raja. That is pure volatility surfing with rocket fuel.
And at 1:39 p.m. ETSQQ answers with another plus $2,105 for Chidambara Raja. He is commanding both sides of the storm.
Groaning. At 1:39 p.m. ET, car shows negative $29,278.5 for Rahul Davis, and his cumulative tournament loss sinks to negative $27,763.5 dead last and digging.
At 1:39 p.m. ET, AM Ezen contributes plus $528.45 for AN Sayan Saji, a partial recovery sequence amid pronounced intraminute volatility.
At 1:39 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh holds steady with $1,957.1 cumulative, third place grinding with 52 trades of relentless pressure.
Groaning. Down the table at 1:39 p.m. ET, Sunil Sulia sits at negative $1,600.3 for the tournament, 24 trades and still underwater.
2 hours and 20 minutes left, and Jayaveer Madali is back on the throne at 1:39 p.m. ET. $4,187.39 cumulative and the $1,000 prize in sight.
At 1:42 p.m. ETSQQ explodes for plus $2,105 for Chidambara Raja, a volatility haymaker that just shook the entire podium.
As of 1:43 p.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali holds $4,246.79 in cumulative tournament profit, statistically retaining first place despite the surge from below.
TSLA turns traitor at 1:43 p.m. ET, slamming AN Saji for negative $793.75 and flipping that chart blood red.
Groaning is a catastrophe. At 1:39 p.m. ET, it tagged Rahul Davis for negative $29,278.5 on the print. That is not a dip. That is a crater.
Third place, Nimish K. Singh, holds $1,957.1 overall at 1:43 p.m. ET, steady grind energy, while the top two throw haymakers.
Big Cat is down negative $5,104.4 overall at 1:43 p.m. ET. That is not 9 lives, that is respawn after respawn.
With 2 hours and 16 minutes remaining, the gap between Jayaveer Madali at $4,246.79 and Chidambara Raja at $4,110 as of 1:43 p.m. ET is narrowing into statistically meaningful tension.
At 1:47 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja erupts to $4,050 in cumulative tournament profit, ranked 2 and breathing fire right under the leader.
As of 1:47 p.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali holds $4,227.24 cumulative for the tournament, statistically still first, but the margin over second has compressed materially.
At 1:47 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh is planted in third with $1,957.1 cumulative, 52 trades of relentless ladder climbing.
Even with that bounce at 1:47 p.m. ET, Ansan Saji sits at $94.6 for the tournament, rank 8 and barely above water.
At 1:47 p.m. ET, car detonates negative $29,026.5 for Rahul Davis on the day. That ticker is an extinction event.
The cumulative consequence is severe. At 1:47 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis stands at negative $27,511.5 for the tournament, a statistical outlier at rank 20.
Bull Beast is green 896 on the day as of 1:47 p.m. ET, but still negative 233 for the tournament, rank 15 and fighting math more than markets.
With 2 hours and 12 minutes remaining, the probability curve is tightening as Chidambara Raja at $4,050 as of 1:47 p.m. ET continues to apply upward pressure on first place.
1:51 p.m. ET, and Javier Madali is back on the throne with $4,257.94 in cumulative tournament profit, reclaiming first place in Market Mayhem.
At 1:49 p.m. ET, SQQ rips plus $20.85 for Chidambara Raja. That is a volatility power surge straight into the podium fight. And rewind to 1:48 p.m. ET, TQQ blast plus $22.60. He is juggling triple leveraged fire with both hands.
1:51 p.m. ET and car tags Rahul Davis at negative $29,511.5 on the day. That single ticker is a demolition crew.
The cumulative figure at 1:51 p.m. ET now reads negative $27,996.5 for Rahul Davis, an extreme negative outlier relative to the field distribution.
Volatility tug of war at 1:49 p.m. ET. AMZ pumps plus $604.5 for AMZ Saji, but TSLA yanks back negative $741.25. That is a trader in a storm.
Meanwhile, To the Moon is buried at negative $5,104.4 cumulative at 1:51 p.m. ET. That username is Irony Incarnate.
With 2 hours and 8 minutes remaining, Javier Madali at $4,257.94 as of 1:51 p.m. ET is defending a statistically fragile lead over an aggressively leveraged challenger.
It is 1:56 p.m. ET, and Javier Madali sits atop Market Mayhem with $4,296.59 in cumulative tournament profit, defending the $1,000 throne with 2 hours left.
At 1:53 p.m. ET, SQQ detonates for plus $21.90 for Chidambara Raja, blasting his daily total to 4,450 and igniting the comeback rockets.
Meanwhile, at 1:55 p.m. ET, TSLA slashes ANCN Saji for negative $791.25 on that swing, a brutal reversal from green to red in minutes.
Gasping car just keeps cascading. At 1:55 p.m. ET, it prints negative $30216 for Rahul Davis. That ticker is a falling elevator with no brakes.
Do not sleep on the volume machine. At 1:56 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh holds $1,957.1 cumulative with 52 trades fired. Third place through pure repetition.
The whiplash was insane. At 1:53 p.m. ET, AM Zain flashed plus $661.05 for AN Sansaji before TSLA ripped it back. That is volatility tug of war.
2 hours and 4 minutes left, and the gap between Jayavir Madali at 4,296.59 and Chidambara Raja at 4,270 as of 1:56 p.m. ET is razor thin. This is a photo finish loading. Two hours to go, and at 2 p.m. ET, the throne belongs to Jayavir Madali with $4,322.94 in cumulative tournament profit. The elevator doors are closing on everyone else.
At 1:53 p.m. ET, SQQ detonated for plus $21.90 for Chidambara Rocha. That single burst shoved him right into second place pressure territory.
At 1:59 p.m. ET, MMM printed plus $16.81 for Jayavir Madali. That is how you answer a charge with cold industrial steel.
Sneaky surge at 1:59 p.m. ET. TSLA rockets plus $303.45 for Madhav Ravi and Sudley rank 5 looks alive.
Whiplash at 1:59 p.m. ET. TSLA flips to negative $900 for Ain Sinsaji. That chart just rug pulled the optimism.
And the abyss deepens. At 1:59 p.m. ET, car is stamped at negative $30,154.5 for Rahul Davis. That single ticker is a crater.
Despite a brief plus $542.5 bounce at 1:58 p.m. ET, the cumulative tournament figure for Rahul Davis at 2 p.m. ET is negative $29027, an extreme negative outlier.
And Sanam Solya at 2 p.m. ET is down negative $1,600.3 for the tournament. That is slow bleed territory with 24 trades on the tape.
Flying Bull Beast shows $896 on the day, but negative $233 cumulative at 2 p.m. ET, a classic case of too little too late.
At 2 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh holds $1,950.6 cumulative in rank 3, a stable mid-podium profile with high trade frequency.
4,322.94 at 2 p.m. ET for Javier Medali. That is first place energy and $1,000 prize in sight. $2:04 p.m. ET, and Javier Medali is still king of Market Mayhem with $4,273.99 for the tournament as of 2:04 p.m. ET, and that MMM surge earlier has fortified the throne.
TSLA just keeps body slamming Insane Saji. At 2:03 p.m. ET, that ticker prints negative $891.25 in a single hit, and the chart looks like it fell down an elevator shaft.
Groaning. That is multiple $800 class drawdowns on TSLA within minutes. And by 2:03 p.m. ET, the cumulative damage is not volatility, it is punishment.
KR is an absolute boss fight. At 2:03 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis gets tagged for negative $30475 on that symbol alone, a red candle the size of the prize pool.
Gas QQQ snaps back at 2:02 p.m. ET for negative $425, and even the volatility wizard Nimish K. Singh feels that sting. Momentum just shifted mid-combo.
Even so, as of 2:04 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh holds $1,871.1 for the tournament across 56 trades, grinding while others are detonating.
Do not sleep on the sniper. At 1:59 p.m. ET, TSLA paid Madhav Ravi plus $303.45, and that precision strike keeps him climbing the mid-table.
Less than 2 hours left in the session, and the gap between Javier Medali and Chidambara Raja is basically lunch money. This is a photo finish brewing.
Groaning down the table, as of 2:04 p.m. ET, Katranj Chanchlani sits at negative $36.55 for the tournament. Not catastrophic, just stuck in neutral while the leaders throw haymakers.
2:07 p.m. ET, and Chidambara Raja is back on the throne with $4,270 in total tournament profit. The crown has returned to the Volatility King.
At 1:59 p.m. ET, MMM detonates for plus $1,681, and Javier Medali rockets to $2,174.23 on that symbol. That is a late-game power-up.
Groaning. TSLA kept ripping the rug at 2:03 p.m. ET, negative $891.25 on the print for Ayan Sansaji. That ticker has been a wood chipper all afternoon.
But at 2:07 p.m. ET, AMZ snaps back for plus $797.55, and AM Sansaji claws the day to negative 26.2. That is a resurrection candle.
Gasping out again at 2 p.m. ET, negative $30542 on the symbol for Rahul Davis. The boss fight just keeps respawning.
Even with a big win of plus $1038 at 2:07 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis is still staring at negative $27,460.5 for the tournament. That hole is deep.
Do not sleep on the mid-table. Lakan Gosali holds $631.1 cumulative at 2:07 p.m. ET, and that is striking distance from the $250 podium payout.
Bull Beast is green $896 on the day at 2:07 p.m. ET, but still negative $233 for the tournament. That comeback meter is flashing red and green at the same time.
At 2:07 p.m. ET, To the Moon is parked at negative $5,104.4 cumulative. The name says liftoff, but the chart says gravity.
1 hour 52 minutes left in Market Mayhem, and at 2:07 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja leads by a razor-thin margin. This is a photo finish forming in real time. It is 2:12 p.m. ET, and Chidambara Raja stands atop Market Mayhem with a tournament total of $4,270. The throne is glowing with 1 hour and 48 minutes left.
Nimish K. Singh is grinding in third with $1,841.1 for the tournament, 58 trades deep and still swinging.
But at 2:02 p.m. ET, SQQ clips Nimish K. Singh for negative $425 on that symbol. That is volatility snapping at the podium.
NSA and Saji just unleashed chaos in the tape. AMSN explodes for plus $797.55 at 2:07 p.m. ET.
The sequence is mathematically violent. AMZN positive $778.05 at 2:11 p.m. ET, immediately offset by TSLA negative $845 at 2:11 p.m. ET, net turbulence rather than trend.
Skyrium detonates again for Rahul Davis, negative $30,013.5 at 2:06 p.m. ET on that ticker alone. That is not a dip, that is a crater.
A heartbeat later at 2:07 p.m. ET, a big win of plus $1038 flashes for Rahul Davis. The crowd gasps at the counterpunch.
Yet by 2:11 p.m. ET car still prints negative $28,439 for Rahul Davis, suggesting the recovery impulse remains statistically fragile.
Sunil Sulia at negative $1,600.3 for the tournament is trapped in 18th. That is a long climb with under 2 hours left today.
Do not ignore Lakangar Asali in fourth with $631.1 tournament net, one clean surge, and the podium conversation changes.
At 2:08 p.m. ET, TSLA contributes plus $300.9 to Madhav S. Ravi, a precise insertion of momentum for the fifth-ranked trader.
6 trades total for Chidambara Raja, and still first place overall. Efficient brutality at 2:12 p.m. ET.
Gazvier Merdali is second at 2:12 p.m. ET without firing a single trade today. That is pressure building like a coiled spring.
$1,000 for first, $500 for second, $250 for third, and the elevator division is vibrating with 1 hour and 48 minutes left in today's session. $2:16 p.m. ET, and Chidambara Raja is back on the throne with $4,270 in total tournament profit as of 2:16 p.m. ET, the crown reclaimed in Market Mayhem.
Nimish K. Singh sitting third with $1,841.1 overall as of 2:16 p.m. ET and 58 trades, that is grind mode, while the top 2 play musical chairs.
At 2:15 p.m. ET AMSN explodes plus $1,012.05 for N-Sen Saji. That is a 4-digit reversal in a single candle.
That AMESN swing at 2:15 p.m. ET follows a sequence of sharp oscillations, statistically violent but net positive for N-Sen Saji in the closing hour stretch.
Groaning. Zoom out, and as of 2:16 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis is negative $28,544.5 for the tournament. Kaur has effectively written the story in red ink.
He even had a plus $1038 pop at 2:07 p.m. ET and a plus $525 burst at 2:08 p.m. ET. But CR just keeps slamming him back down.
In fourth, Lekhangar Sali holds $631.1 cumulative as of 2:16 p.m. ET, despite a negative daily print, a classic case of earlier buffer absorbing present volatility.
2:16 p.m. ET. That AMSN surge just shoved him firmly into the top 5
Down the board,
fight.
Sunil Sulia is negative $1,600.3 as of 2:16 p.m. ET, with 24 trades.
And to
Activity
the moon,
without
is
efficiency
sitting at
is just
negative
expensive noise.
$5,104.4 overall as of 2:16 p.m. ET. That name is aspirational, but gravity is undefeated.
With 1 hour and 44 minutes remaining, the margin between Chidambara Raja at $4,270 and Jayaveer Medali at $4,220.84 as of 2:16 p.m. ET remains statistically fragile.
Welcome to the Market Mayhem main event. Chitta versus Javier 116 versus Nimish Shrufa, rank 1, 2, and 3, throwing haymakers with 1 hour and 40 minutes left in the session.
At 2:20 p.m. ET, Jayaveer 116 holds $2,099.58 and Nimish Shrufa sits at $973.9. Second place is safe for now, but third is not out of striking distance.
Chitta stands at $4,450 in total tournament profit as of 2:20 p.m. ET. Every dollar realized, zero unrealized. That is clean execution at the summit.
Groaning. Nimish Shrufa posts $973.9 at 2:20 p.m. ET with 930.4 realized and 43.5 still floating. That is a grinder locking gains and leaving crumbs to run.
Aggression battle. Nimish Shrufa has ripped through 42400 shares across 5 stocks by 2:20 p.m. ET, while Javier 116 spans 7 stocks with 0 shares traded. Radically different blueprints.
Jayaveer 116 clawed from a trough of negative 799.1 to a peak of 2,129.38, before settling at 2,099.58 by 2:20 p.m. ET. That is a recovery story still waiting for confirmation.
Leader versus chaser. At 2:20 p.m. ET, the gap from Chitta at 4,450 to Javier 116 at 2,099.58 is more than $2,000. That is a canyon, not a crack.
6,000 shares, 2 stocks, $4,450 on the board at 2:20 p.m. ET. Chitta is not spraying and praying. That is targeted execution.
42,400 shares by 2:20 p.m. ET and $973.9 to show for it. Nimish Shrufa is trading like every tick owes him money.
0 realized, 2,099.58 unrealized. at 2:20 p.m. ET. Javier 116 is balancing on open positions like a tightrope walker above the payout ladder.
If Chido at $4,450 keeps pressing while Javier 116 defends 2,099.58 as of 2:20 p.m. ET, this turns into offense versus preservation in the final stretch.
At 2:24 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja commands the elevator with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit as of 2:24 p.m. ET. The throne is fortified and the prize pool is staring right at him.
Screamin' just keeps drilling, and at 2:23 p.m. ET, it prints negative $31,421.5 for Rahul Davis. That is a volatility avalanche with no parachute.
As of 2:24 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis is sitting at negative $30,165.5 for the tournament. As of 2:24 p.m. ET, that is not drawdown management, that is crater maintenance.
Gas pill hit at 2:23 p.m. ET. SQQ drops $570 and TQQ bleeds $380 for Nimish K. Singh. Leveraged whiplash snapping back to back.
TSLA fires up at 2:23 p.m. ET with plus $331.5 for Madhav Ravi, a clean electric surge straight into the top 5.
TSLA flips savage at 2:23 p.m. ET, slamming negative $927.5 into NS and Saji. That candle just pulled the rug mid-sprint.
The cumulative effect leaves AN Said Zaji at $270 for the tournament as of 2:24 p.m. ET, a sharp compression from earlier momentum and a reminder of Tesla beta risk.
Quiet consistency check. Lakanga Sali holds $631.1 cumulative as of 2:24 p.m. ET with only 2 trades. That is surgical precision in this chaos.
Down the board, Chitransh Chanchlani is negative $36.55 for the tournament as of 2:24 p.m. ET. That bubble fight is razor thin.
With 1 hour and 36 minutes remaining, Chidambara Raja maintains $4,270 cumulative as of 2:24 p.m. ET, a marginal lead that statistically invites late session aggression from second place.
At 2:28 p.m. ET, Chidamba Raja sits on $4,270 cumulative and still holds the throne, but that gap is razor thin in Market Mayhem.
AMD just went nuclear at 2:26 p.m. ET, plus $1,736.9 for Nimish K. Singh. That is a third-place player kicking the door of the podium.
He gave back $606 on SQQ at 2:25 p.m. ET and another $570 at 2:23 p.m. ET. Classic leverage whiplash.
TSLA sparks again at 2:26 p.m. ET, plus $304.73 for Madhav Ravi, a clean momentum jab from 5th place.
Car keeps printing pain. Negative $31,625.5 at 2:25 p.m. ET, and still negative $30,985 at 2:27 p.m. ET for Rahul Davis. That ticker is a wrecking ball.
With $1,860.6 cumulative at 2:28 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh is still third, but those AMD surges are shaking the ladder.
Kunal Sulia at negative $1,600.3 cumulative at 2:28 p.m. ET after 24 trades. That is churn without edge.
The top two at 2:28 p.m. ET are separated by less than $20, $4,270 versus $4,251.14 cumulative, a probabilistic coin flip for the $1,000 first prize.
At 2:31 p.m. ET, Chidamba Raja stands tall with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit. First place fortified, and the elevator doors threatening to close on the field.
At 2:30 p.m., ET AMD detonates for plus $1,696.4 for Nimish K. Singh, flipping the script and locking him into third with $1,688.1 overall.
But redemption strikes at 2:31 p.m. ET as AMZN blasts plus $780 for AN San Saji, hauling him back to $146.5 cumulative and keeping rank 7 alive.
As of 2:31 p.m. ET, his cumulative tournament figure deteriorates to negative $30,237.5. statistically isolated in 20th place.
Clean strike at 2:31 p.m. ET TSLA prints, plus $420.75 for Madhav Ravi, rocketing him to $668.18 cumulative and fourth place with surgical precision.
As of 2:31 p.m. ET, Lakangursali maintains $631.1 cumulative with only 2 trades, an efficiency metric bordering on minimalist art.
At 2:36 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja stands tall with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit, reclaiming first place and defending the throne with leverage conviction.
Third place is wobbling at 2:35 p.m. ET SQQ slashes minus $519 for Nimish K. Singh. That is volatility biting back hard.
And it was not alone. At 2:33 p.m. ETTQQ clipped him for another minus $315. Leverage cuts both ways, kid.
But Inesan Saji answers at 2:35 p.m. ET with AMSN ripping plus $1,074.45. That is a redemption candle from the depths.
At 2:33 p.m. ET, TSLA prints plus $342.98 for Madhav S. Ravi, a measured insertion of risk nudging him upward in the mid-table cluster. That of 2:36 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis records negative $31,471.5 cumulative for the tournament, statistically isolated in 20th place.
Gasping fourth place Lekangursali at 2:36 p.m. ET sits on $631.1 with just 2 trades. That is surgical efficiency in a battlefield of noise.
At 2:36 p.m. ET to the moon, remains at negative $5,104.4 cumulative, a name that aged like milk in a heat wave.
1 hour and 24 minutes left, and Chidambara Raja leads by less than $100 at 2:36 p.m. ET. This grand prize is still anyone's prophecy. At 2:40 p.m. ET, Chidambar Raja storms back into undisputed first with $4,270 cumulative in Market Mayhem, the throne reclaimed with fire.
At 2:40 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh is still third with $1,895.6 overall and 76 trades. That is full throttle button mashing.
At 2:39 p.m. ET, car prints negative $33029 for Rahul Davis. And that single ticker keeps him buried at negative $31764 cumulative for the tournament.
But at 2:39 p.m. ET, AMZ detonates for plus $949.65 for AN Sayan Saji. That is a lifeline thrown straight into the volatility storm.
At 2:37 p.m. ET, AMD contributes plus $1,611.4 for Nimish K. Singh, a precision strike that briefly stabilized his intraday variance.
At 2:40 p.m. ET, Lakangasali clings to fourth with $631.1 cumulative on just 2 trades. Sniper energy in a battlefield of spray and pray.
At 2:40 p.m. ET, to the moon sits at negative $5,104.4 cumulative. That rocket ran out of fuel somewhere around orbit.
With 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining, the gap between Chidambara Raja at $4,270 and Jayavir Madali at $4,223.69 as of 2:40 p.m. ET has compressed into a statistically fragile spread.
2:44 p.m. ET, and Chidambara Raja has seized first place with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit. The throne has changed hands again.
At 2:42 p.m. ET, AMD detonates plus $1,857.65 for Nimish K. Singh. That is a rocket booster straight into third place momentum.
AMD flipped from negative to positive 3 times between 2:37 and 2:42 p.m. ET for Nimish K. Singh. That is not investing, that is controlled chaos.
At 2:43 p.m. ET, AM Zen rips plus $1014 for AN Say N Saji, a full reversal from deep red to green in minutes.
At 2:43 p.m. ET, Car prints negative $33,462.5 for Rahul Davis. That is a drawdown most desks would shut down for.
The cumulative effect is stark. As of 2:44 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis stands at negative $32252 for the tournament, statistically detached from the competitive cluster.
At 2:44 p.m. ET, To the Moon is sitting at negative $5,104.4 cumulative. That rocket is pointed straight down.
As of 2:44 p.m. ET, Sundal Sulia is at negative $1,600.3 for the tournament after 24 trades. That is a grind in the wrong direction.
With 1 hour and 16 minutes left in the session, Chidambara Raja at $4,270 as of 2:44 p.m. ET holds a statistically fragile lead in Market Mayhem.
At 2:48 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja is standing tall in first place with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit. The throne has changed hands again in Market Mayhem.
At 2:47 p.m. ET, Cisco detonates for plus $1,071.13 for Javier Madali. That is a laser-guided strike straight at the top spot.
At 2:42 p.m. ET, AMD paid Nimish K. Singh plus $1,857.65, and that is how you grind your way to $2,098.1 cumulative and third place without the theatrics.
At 2:43 p.m. ET, AMS Zen rips plus $1014 for ANS and Saji, a resurrection trade that flipped the script in seconds.
And then at 2:46 p.m. ET, TSLA claws back negative $982.5 from AN Sansagi. That ticker has the emotional stability of a coin flip.
At 2:47 p.m. ET, car prints negative $33624 for Rahul Davis. That is not a dip, that is a financial black hole.
The cumulative effect as of 2:48 p.m. ET is stark. Rahul Davis now registers negative $32508 for the tournament, statistically detached from the rest of the distribution at rank 20.
Sunil Sulia sits at negative $1,600.3 cumulative as of 2:48 p.m. ET with 24 trades on the books. Motion without progress is just commission.
72 minutes left and Chidambara Raja is clinging to $4,270 at 2:48 p.m. ET. But with Javier Madali breathing down his neck, this is a live wire finish.
$2:52 p.m. ET, and Chidambara has seized first place with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit as of 2:52 p.m. ET. The throne has changed hands again.
At 2:50 p.m. ET, TSLA nukes NS Sansaji for negative $982.5. That is a vertical drop straight through the floor.
Groaning. That TSLA bleed stacks up. Negative $932.5 at 2:48 p.m. ET. And another negative $982.5 at 2:46 p.m. ET. Volatility is chewing him up.
Gasping rewind to 2:42 p.m. ET. AMD explodes plus $1,857.65 for Nimish K. Singh. That is a momentum cannon blasting him into third.
At 2:47 p.m. ET, Cisco pumps plus $1,071.13 for Javier Madali. That is the counterpunch keeping this title fight alive.
The cumulative statistic is severe. As of 2:52 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis stands at negative $32739 for the tournament, an extreme negative outlier in this dataset.
It is 2:56 p.m. ET, and this is Chitta versus Rahul _ versus dead _ cat _ bounce, a three-way collision with first place glory on one side and survival on the other.
Momentum check at 2:56 p.m. ET. Chitta up $4,455 on the window, while Rahul _ is down $34,428.5. That is rocket fuel versus engine failure.
Cheetah is flawless on posture, $4,450 fully realized and zero unrealized as of 2:56 p.m. ET. That is clean execution at the top of the table.
Aggression meter at 2:56 p.m. ET. Dead _ cat _ bounce has fired 8,030 shares across 3 stocks, while Chitta pushed 6,000 shares across 2. That is more volume but way less reward.
Swing analysis at 2:56 p.m. ET. Chitta climbed from a trough of negative $730 to a peak of 4,450. Rahul _ peaked at 1568 before collapsing to negative 34454, and dead _ cat _ bounce topped at 3,137.4 before sliding to negative 10,526.05. Leader versus active chaser at 2:56 p.m. ET. Chitta owns $4,450, while dead _ cat _ bounce fights at negative 10,526.05. Same market, wildly different outcomes.
1 hour and 4 minutes left, and at 2:56 p.m. ET, Chitta is defending $4,450, while Rahul _ is staring up from negative 34454. That gap is a canyon.
Green improving active leader in Chitta. Red slipping low activity in Rahul _ and red slipping but active in dead _ cat _ bounce at 2:56 p.m. ET. 3 distinct trading identities colliding.
Gasping 19 and 20 in the ranks at 2:56 p.m. ET. Dead _ cat _ bounce and Rahul _ are fighting each other, while Chitta runs away with first.
This is Market Mayhem distilled at 2:56 p.m. ET. $4,450 at the summit for Chitta, deep red valleys for Rahul _ and dead _ cat _ bounce, and only 64 minutes left to rewrite the script. $3 p.m. ET, and the crown belongs to Chidambara Raja with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit as of 3 p.m. ET. The throne has stabilized, but the gap is razor thin.
At 2:59 p.m. ET, AMSN explodes plus $813.15 for ANS and Saji. That ticker just hit the nitro button.
And that comes after multiple TSLA hits, including negative $1,127.5 at 2:58 p.m. ET. That is not strategy, that is surviving a bar fight.
Momentum spike at 2:57 p.m. ET. MMM prints plus $1,669 for Javier Madali. That is a power surge aimed straight at first place.
Gasping at 2:59 p.m. ET, car slams Rahul Davis for negative $3,557 on that symbol alone. That chart just fell off a cliff.
As of 3 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis is sitting at negative $3,453.7 for the tournament. That is last place by a canyon.
Mid-table shuffle at 3 p.m. ET. Lakan Gasali holds $631.1 cumulative, quietly guarding fourth while chaos erupts above and below.
Thereof 3 p.m. ET, Sunil Sulia registers negative $1,600.3 cumulative across 24 trades, a persistent negative drift without catastrophic spikes.
"3:04 p.m. ET, and Chidambara Raja stands atop Market Mayhem with $4,270 cumulative as of 3:04 p.m. ET, the throne reclaimed with under an hour left.
But rewind to 2:57 p.m. ET, MMM blasted plus $1,669 for Javier Madali in one swing. That ticker lit the fuse on this whole leaderboard fight.
Meanwhile, the grinder Nimish K. Singh sits third with $2,098.1 cumulative as of 3:04 p.m. ET across 79 trades. Less fireworks, more steady attrition.
At 2:58 p.m. ET AM Zen, rips plus $770.25 for AM Sayan Seiji. That is another green surge in a ticker that refuses to stay quiet.
Groaning. At 2:58 p.m. ET, car prints negative $35,427.5 for Rahul Davis and triggers a big loss of negative $771.5 in the same minute. That is concentrated damage.
Even so, as of 3:04 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis remains at negative $33,482.5 cumulative, a drawdown magnitude that statistically eclipses the entire prize pool.
Sunil Sulia holds 18th with negative $1,600.3 cumulative as of 3:04 p.m. ET. A deep hole, but at least still within the realm of mathematical recovery.
Do not blink on Lakan Gursali, sitting fourth with $631.1 for the tournament as of 3:04 p.m. ET. One surge and the podium trembles. 3:08 p.m. ET, and Chidambara Raja still commands the summit with $4,270 in total tournament profit as of 3:08 p.m. ET. The throne is fortified with under an hour to play.
At 3:03 p.m. ET, AM Zain detonates plus $861.9 for Ansan Saji. That ticker just hit warp speed.
And 2 minutes earlier at 3:01 p.m. ET, TSLA ripped negative $1,172.5 out of Ansan Saji. That kind of whiplash chews up amateurs.
But he answers back at 3:05 p.m. ET with AM Zen plus $834.6. AM Zen Saji refuses to go quietly into the close.
Yet zoom out, and as of 3:08 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis is still sitting at negative $33,863.5 for the tournament. That is not a dip, that is a canyon.
Do not forget the grinder. Nimish K. Singh holds $2,098.1 cumulative as of 3:08 p.m. ET, 79 trades of pure persistence.
Groaning Sunil Sulia at negative $1,600.3 cumulative as of 3:08 p.m. ET after 24 trades. That is effort without efficiency.
And To the Moon remains 19th with negative $5,104.4 as of 3:08 p.m. ET. The name promises orbit, but the P&L says re-entry burn. (3:12 p.m. ET), and Chidambara Raja still commands the elevator division with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit as of 3:12 p.m. ET. The throne is steady, but the gap is razor thin.
Nimish K. Singh grinding in third with $2,098.1 overall as of 3:12 p.m. ET on 79 trades. That is sweat equity while the top two play defense.
At 3:11 p.m. ET, TSLA nukes Asantis for negative $970. That ticker just flipped the polarity and kicked him down the stairs.
Just 2 minutes earlier at 3:09 p.m. ET, AM Zen delivered plus $869.7 to Ansan Saji, a near symmetrical rebound before volatility reasserted itself.
He even popped a plus $506.5 big win at 3:10 p.m. ET, and CR still dragged him right back under. That is emotional whiplash.
Groaning. Zoom out and Rahul Davis is sitting at negative $33064 for the tournament as of 3:12 p.m. ET, 20th place and digging.
Do not ignore Lakan Gursali, holding fourth with $631.1 cumulative as of 3:12 p.m. ET, one clean breakout, and the podium trembles.
Gasping Sunil Sulia still stuck at negative $1,600.3 for the tournament as of 3:12 p.m. ET, 24 trades, and the mountain is not shrinking.
And to the moon remains 19th with negative $5,104.4 cumulative as of 3:12 p.m. ET, gravity undefeated.
$3:16 p.m. ET, and Jayaveer Madali is leading Market Mayhem with $4,299.24 in total tournament profit as of 3:16 p.m. ET. The throne has changed hands again.
Nimish K. Singh holds third at $2,098.1 overall as of 3:16 p.m. ET with 79 trades, still grinding while the top two shadow box for the $1,000 prize.
That is back-to-back AM Zen surges at 3:13 p.m. ET and 3:15 p.m. ET for Ayan Sayan Saji, a late-game resurrection play in the making.
Groaning, Carr hits him again at 3:15 p.m. ET with negative $35,260.5, and his tournament total now sits at negative 33821 as of 3:16 p.m. ET. That is not volatility, that is damage.
Mid-table check, Lakan Gursali holding $631.1 cumulative as of 3:16 p.m. ET, despite a red daily print. That is survival with scars.
Down the ladder, Sunil Sulia is negative $1,600.3 for the tournament as of 3:16 p.m. ET across 24 trades. Activity without edge is just tuition.
And to the moon is parked at negative $5,104.4 overall as of 3:16 p.m. ET. That rocket is buried nose first.
3:20 p.m. ET, and the summit still belongs to Javier Medali with $4,355.19 in cumulative tournament profit as of 3:20 p.m. ET. The crown is steady, but the pressure is rising.
And Nimish K. Singh is still glued to third with $2,098.1 as of 3:20 p.m. ET, 79 trades deep and still sprinting like the bell already rang.
At 3:19 p.m. ET, TSLA rips negative $1,031.25 for Ain San Saji. That is not volatility, that is a trapdoor under your feet.
Gasping. And that came seconds after TSLA already clipped him for negative $977.5 at 3:18 p.m. ET. This ticker is double tapping.
Meanwhile, at 3:19 p.m. ET, Kaur prints negative $36,381 for Rahul Davis, an extreme single symbol concentration event.
Carr has been bleeding him minute after minute, negative 36,061.5 at 3:17 p.m. ET, and worse after that. That is a chart you close and walk away from.
It started around 3:10 p.m. ET with Carr already down negative $3,499, and it just kept accelerating. No breaks, no mercy.
Back to the podium, Chidambara Raja at $4,270 as of 3:20 p.m. ET is within striking distance of the $1,000 first prize. One clean trade could flip the throne.
And at the bottom to the moon is sitting at negative $5,104.4 cumulative as of 3:20 p.m. ET. That username aged like milk.
Sunil Salia down at negative $1,600.3 as of 3:20 p.m. ET with 24 trades. That is maximum effort, minimum altitude.
40 minutes left, and Nimish K. Singh at $2,098.1 as of 3:20 p.m. ET still controls that $250 third place payout, but the Sharks are circling.
After that sequence, NSN Shaji now shows $451.65 cumulative as of 3:20 p.m. ET. The AMZN gains partially neutralized by repeated TSLA shocks.
This is Chidda versus Rahul _, and at 3:24 p.m. ET, the scoreboard shows $4,450 for Chidda against negative $36,811.5 for Rahul _, a brutal spread in this elevator arena.
At 3:24 p.m. ET, Chidda is parked at $4,450 total with every dollar realized and zero unrealized risk. That is clean tape management.
Momentum check at 3:24 p.m. ET. Chidda has surged plus $4,455 across the window, while Rahul _ has collapsed negative $36786. That is a cent versus free fall.
Groaning. As of 3:24 p.m. ET, Rahul underscore shows $491 realized, but negative $37,302.5 unrealized. That is a book bleeding under open pressure.
Aggression Stats at 3:24 p.m. ET Chidda has fired 6,000 shares across two stocks, while Rahul underscore has traded just 500 shares in a single name. That is dominance in volume and diversity.
Fying 3:17 p.m. ET, Rahul underscore logged a big loss of negative $725.5, and that was just the opening crack in the floor.
Gasping, AM Zen snaps plus $978.9 for Chida at 3:20 p.m. ET. That bounce was a jetpack in the middle of turbulence.
Peak versus trough at 3:24 p.m. ET tells the saga. Chidda now at his
With 36 minutes remaining at
$4,450
3:24
peak,
p.m.
while
ET,
Rahul
the
underscore is
contrast
pinned
is
at his negative
mathematical. Rank 2 stability for Chidda versus rank
$36,811.5
20 drawdown
opposite ends
compression
of destiny.
for Rahul underscore.
Groaning car keeps hammering Rahul underscore at 3:22 p.m. ET, showing negative
This
$3,652.9
is
on
active
the
versus
print.
low activity at
That single name
3:24
risk
p.m.
is
ET.
unforgiving.
Chida pushing 6,000 shares and Rahul underscore only 500. Speed versus stall.
Even after that late volatility at 3:23 p.m. ET, Chidda holds $4,450 at 3:24 p.m. ET. The fortress still stands.
At 3:24 p.m. ET, the total reads negative $36,811.5 for Rahul underscore, and with most of it unrealized, that clock is not his friend.
Final 36-minute showdown at 3:24 p.m. ET, $4,450, and rank 2 for Chidda versus negative 36,811.5, and rank 20 for Rahul underscore. This elevator is separating gravity from glory.
At 3:27 p.m. ET, MMM detonates for plus $1,667 for Javier Madali, a thunderstrike that just shook the entire elevator.
At 3:27 p.m. ET, AMs and Rockets plus $1,066.65 for AN Sansaji. That is a full anime redemption arc in one candle.
Groaning. Let us not forget TSLA carved him up repeatedly between 3:20 p.m. ET and 3:26 p.m. ET, a sequence of lower prints that nearly erased the day.
But the arena goes silent at 3:27 p.m. ET as CR slams Rahul Davis for negative $37768, a catastrophic flush in the final half hour.
That of 3:28 p.m. ET, his cumulative tournament figure stands at negative $36,114, an extreme negative outlier at rank 20 with only 32 minutes remaining.
And do not sleep on Nimish K. Singh, $2,098.1 cumulative at 3:28 p.m. ET with 79 trades. That is relentless pressure from third place.
Meanwhile, To the Moon remains at negative $5,104.4 cumulative at 3:28 p.m. ET, gravity undefeated as always.
With 32 minutes left in Market Mayhem, Jayaveer Madali leads by approximately $63.04 over Chidambara Raja at 3:28 p.m. ET, a narrow but psychologically potent edge for the $1,000 prize.
At 3:32 p.m. ET, Chidambra Raja still commands first place with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit. The throne is shaken, but it is still his.
At 3:29 p.m. ET, Cisco blasted plus $1,054.63 for Javier Medali. That is a late-game power-up, and he is speed-running the gap.
And do not forget at 3:27 p.m. ET, MMM printed plus $1,667 for Javier Medali. That is how you climb without making noise.
Meanwhile, Nimish K. Singh holds third at $2,098.1 cumulative at 3:32 p.m. ET with 79 trades. The grinder is still in podium territory.
Yet at 3:27 p.m. ET, AM Zen contributed plus $1,066.65 for ANSAN Saji, a clean volatility harvest before the Tesla retracement.
It just keeps ticking. 3:25 p.m. ET minus 37,470.5 on CR. 3:27 p.m. ET minus 37768. This is a red waterfall, and there are no ropes.
The cumulative figure at 3:32 p.m. ET stands at negative $35817 for the tournament, an extreme statistical outlier anchoring 20th place.
In the mid-table, Lakangu Zali holds $631.1 cumulative at 3:32 p.m. ET on just 2 trades. Sniper discipline with podium dreams. $3:36 p.m. ET, and Chidambara Raja still commands first place with $4,270 cumulative, the throne holding steady with less than half an hour left.
At 3:35 p.m. ET, AMZN explodes plus $1,039.35 for ANSAN Saji. That is a full red to green teleport in 60 seconds.
And 1 minute earlier at 3:34 p.m. ET, TSLA clipped him for negative $745. That ticker is treating his PNL like a punching bag.
But the cumulative scoreboard at 3:36 p.m. ET shows ANSAN Saji at $528.6 overall and climbing in the 6th. That is momentum reborn.
The aggregate consequence by 3:36 p.m. ET is stark. Rahul Davis now reflects negative $36,357 cumulative, statistically detached at rank 20.
Do not ignore the grinder. At 3:36 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh holds third with $2,098.1 cumulative on 79 trades. Pure endurance warfare.
With 24 minutes remaining as of 3:36 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja's $4,270 cumulative represents a narrow but defensible edge over second place.
At 3:40 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja stands tall with $4,270 cumulative in Market Mayhem, still gripping first place with only 20 minutes left on the clock.
Gasping at 3:40 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh is locked into third with $2,098.1 overall and 79 trades. That is pure button mashing endurance.
Groaning. At 3:39 p.m. ET, TSLA rips negative $962.5 out of NS and Saji, and that ticker has been a repeat offender all afternoon.
But at 3:38 p.m. ET, AM Zen fires back, plus $1,041.3 for ANC and Saji. That is a counterpunch straight to the volatility jaw.
The oscillation is measurable. Between 3:32 p.m. ET and 3:39 p.m. ET, AMZN and TSLA alternate four-figure swings for ANC and Saji, a volatility cluster bordering on statistical absurdity.
Gasping at 3:32 p.m. ET, car was already negative $37332 for Rahul Davis, and then it just kept digging. That is straight free fall.
And as of 3:40 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis stands at negative $36,357 cumulative. The comeback would require a miracle in the final 20 minutes.
Mid-table stability persists. At 3:40 p.m. ET, Lakhang Gorsali holds $631.1 cumulative on only 2 trades, an efficiency ratio most participants would envy.
3:44 p.m. ET, and Chidambar Raja stands tall with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit. As of 3:44 p.m. ET, the throne still blazing with 16 minutes left.
At 3:43 p.m. ET, TSLA smashes ANSAJ for negative $917.5. That ticker is a wrecking ball swinging every 60 seconds.
And at 3:42 p.m. ET, AMZN paid him plus $1,193.4 before TSLA clawed back negative $837.5 in the same minute. That is not hedging, that is emotional whiplash.
This is a heavyweight bout between AMZN and TSLA for ANSAN Saji at 3:40 p.m. ET, plus 1,117.35 on AMZN and negative 927.5 on TSLA trading punches in real time.
Gasping at 3:33 p.m. ET, car detonates for negative $37872 for Rahul Davis. That is a crater, not a candle.
The cumulative damage as of 3:44 p.m. ET leaves Rahul Davis at negative $36357 for the tournament, statistically isolated at rank 20.
Do not ignore the bronze battle. As of 3:44 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh commands $2,098.1 cumulative with 79 trades. That is relentless pressure on the podium.
Between 3:38 and 3:43 p.m. ET, TSLA flips from negative 1,013.75 to negative 917.5 for ANSAN Saji. That chart looks like a seismograph.
$3:48 p.m. ET, and Chidambar Raja stands tall with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit. As of 3:48 p.m. ET, 12 minutes left, and the throne is still his.
At 3:47 p.m. ET, MMM detonates plus $1,573 for Javier Madali. That is a last-minute power surge straight into the championship fight.
Meanwhile, at 3:47 p.m. ET, TSLA rips negative $1,151.25 out of ANSAN Saji. That ticker has been a wood chipper all afternoon.
And at 3:47 p.m. ET, AMZN fires back plus $1,296.75 for ANSAN Saji. That is a full counterpunch in under 60 seconds.
As of 3:48 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh holds $2,098.1 cumulative in third place, a stable podium position but materially separated from the top two leaders.
Down the table to the moon is at negative $5,104.4 cumulative as of 3:48 p.m. ET. That rocket is still drilling toward the Earth's core.
TSLA and AMZN are trading punches for AN Sansaji at 3:46 and 3:47 p.m. ET. $1,000 swings back to back. That is pure volatility mayhem.
12 minutes remain, and as of 3:48 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja defends $4,270 cumulative, but Javier Madali is charging with momentum. This title fight is not over. $3:52 p.m. ET, and Chidambara Raja is still king with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit. As of 3:52 p.m. ET, the throne is holding under maximum pressure.
At 3:51 p.m. ET, TSLA just ripped $1,273.75 out of AN Sansaji. That is a last-minute trapdoor through the stage.
And the whiplash is brutal. At 3:51 p.m. ET, AM Zen prints plus $1,372.8 for AN Sansaji right after that TSLA hit. Pure crossfire volatility.
Gasping rewind to 3:50 p.m. ET, TSLA smacked him again for negative $1,181.25. This ticker is playing ping pong with his P&L.
Sighing, this has been a pattern. At 3:49 p.m. ET, TSLA dropped $1,093.75 and seconds later, AM Zen gave back $1,351.35. That is not strategy, that is survival.
Meanwhile, at 3:47 p.m. ET, MMM explodes for $1,573 for Javier Madali. That is a direct missile at first place.
And at 3:45 p.m. ET, already printed plus $1,621 for Javier Madali. He double-tapped that ticker.
In third, Nimish K. Singh holds $2,098.1 cumulative as of 3:52 p.m. ET, a stable but distant podium relative to the top two.
Madhav S. Ravi at $578.93 cumulative as of 3:52 p.m. ET is lurking in 6. One clean trade from shaking up that mid-table.
To the moon remains at negative $5,104.4 cumulative as of 3:52 p.m. ET, fully realized and fully grounded.
Rahul Davis is statistically isolated at negative $3,637 cumulative as of 3:52 p.m. ET, a magnitude far beyond the rest of the distribution.
8 minutes left, and Chidambara Raja at $4,270 as of 3:52 p.m. ET is defending a $20 lead. This is a photo finish for $1,000 on the line.
Groaning, and Sansaji has fired just one trade and is riding TSLA and AMZN turbulence into the close. That is high beta living with 8 minutes left.
First through third are separated by barely over $2,000 combined as of 3:52 p.m. ET, but the decisive battle is the $20 spread between Chidambara Raja and Javier Madali.
Market Mayhem is living up to its name. MMM rockets, TSLA slashes, AMZN rebounds, and with 8 minutes to go, the crown could still change hands. $3:56 p.m. ET, and Javier Madali sits first overall with $4,304.69 in cumulative tournament profit as of 3:56 p.m. ET. The crown barely a heartbeat away from payout glory.
At 3:47 p.m. ET, MMM detonated plus $1,621 for Javier Madali. That single candle might be the $1,000 difference between first and second.
And he doubled down at 3:47 p.m. ET again with MMM printing plus $1,573. That is veteran timing when the lobby is watching the clock.
Gasping at 3:55 p.m. ET, TSLA just slammed ANCN Saji for negative $1075 on that symbol. That is a volatility spike right before the bell.
But in that same 3:55 p.m. ET minute, AMZN ripped plus $1,499.55 for AMCN Saji. This is a two-ticker street fight into the close.
The rapid alternation between TSLA losses and AMZN gains from 3:46 p.m. ET through 3:55 p.m. ET suggests concentrated exposure and extreme short-term variance for ANCN Saji.
In fourth, it is Lakhan Gorsali at $631.1 cumulative as of 3:56 p.m. ET. A distant chase, but still inside the green arena.
To the moon sits at negative $5,104.4 cumulative as of 3:56 p.m. ET. Turns out rockets need fuel and risk management.
4 minutes left in Market Mayhem. $1,000 for first, $500 for second, $250 for third, and only $34.69 separating the top two titans as of 3:56 p.m. ET. 4 p.m. ET, and the bell has rung. Chidambara Raja closes Market Mayhem on top with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit as of 3:59 p.m. ET. The crown is his at the buzzer.
At 3:58 p.m. ET, MMM detonated plus $1,645 for Javier Madali. That was a last-minute rocket aimed straight at the throne.